Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Welcome to the dictionary. I am Spencer. I am very glad you're here, and I'm hoping that you're enjoying this show and you enjoy whatever is about to come down your ear holes. All right, the first word in this episode is, it's tagging on to the last word in the previous episode, which was ditz. This is ditzy, D-I-T-Z-Y. You could also spell it with an S instead of a Z. Ditzy. Ditzier and ditzier and ditziest. Those are other forms of this adjective word. It is from 1973. So ditzy is from 1973, but ditz is from 9 years later, and so a ditz came from ditzy. They did, yeah, interesting. And I will also say that the origin is unknown. I'm just going to say that right off the bat, because we don't know who said this or who created this word. It is eccentrically silly, giddy, or inane. Not insane, but inane. The synonym is dizzy, which definitely doesn't make any sense to me except for that they sort of sound alike. Dizzy. Maybe if you get dizzy, you become ditzy because your brain doesn't know what to do. It's all messed up and swirly, and so it gets silly, giddy, and inane. Ditziness is a noun. Now, I feel like there might be other good definitions. I mean, silly, yes. Giddy, yes. Inane, maybe. But I don't know. I think everybody has their sort of own personal thoughts of like what this word might mean. I don't know. I feel like there's another couple of adjectives that in my brain make sense for ditzy. Like, I don't want to say it, but almost like not very smart is. You could say ditzy. Yeah, I don't know. There are other words, but I guess it's a good start. You really got to get it from context. But that's the thing about adjectives or certain words is that people have different definitions in their own brain of kind of what that means specifically. So you just use it the way you feel like you got to use it. Okay, it is sound effect time, and we're going to do something sort of musical. The next word is diuresis. D-I-U-R-E-S-I-S. Noun from circa 1681. An increased excretion of urine. If you are getting rid of too much urine, you got the diuresis. And it's probably because of some sort of diseasey kind of thing in your body. Maybe your bladder isn't working properly. Maybe, I don't know enough about anatomy and physiology. It's just physiology. I don't know enough about that stuff to know why you might get the diuresis. Sharon is not around me to give me more information. But yeah, if you feel like you're peeing too much, based on the amount of liquid that you drink, then you might want to go get checked out. I think most people don't drink enough water. So if you're not drinking a lot of water or liquids in general and you're peeing a lot, you got to go get checked out. But also, just drink more water if you think that you're not drinking enough water, and then let's see let's check your urine output at that point. Hey! The next word is diuretic, adjective from the 14th century, tending to increase the excretion of urine, as in diuretic drugs. So if you're not peeing enough, a doctor may prescribe you a diuretic, so you will pee more. Maybe your body's holding on to the liquids. I don't know the specifics. Diuretic is also a noun, and diuretically is an adverb. So this is from the Greek diuretikos, which is from diurine, which means to urinate, from dia, the prefix dia, plus orine, and orine means to urinate. So, yeah, it's just all about urinating and peeing, getting the pee out of your system. Diuretic. Maybe this next one is also related. No, I don't think it is. It looks like it might be, but I don't think it is. Hey, yeah. Diurnal. Diurnal. First form. It's very close to looking like diurnal, like the thing that is in some of the bathrooms, a diurnal, but there's no I. There's no second I, so it's just diurnal. Diurnal. Adjective from the 14th century, number 1A, recurring every day, as in diurnal tasks. And this podcast, until I hit the letter E, or I guess until I finish the letter D, is diurnal because the episodes are coming every day. 1B, having a daily cycle, as in diurnal tides. So there's a high tide and a low tide every day, and then the next day there's a high tide and a low tide, and it goes on and on and on. And I think it adjusts. It's not always the exact same time every day because I think it's based on the moon, and the moon it changes every day a little bit. But yes, it's basically daily, diurnal. What are your daily tasks? Your daily things? I mean, for me, it's wake up, do the dishes, feed the cats, maybe do some working out or some stretching, shower. Clean the litter box, eat food, do some work, eat more food, maybe watch a TV show or a movie, go to sleep. Those are the base levels, the base level things in my diurnal daily activities. 2A, of relating to or occurring in the daytime, as in the city's diurnal noises. So this is just the things that happen during the day when the sun is out, but not during the nighttime. Is there another? Nocturnal would probably be the stuff during the nighttime. This is diurnal. 2B, active chiefly in the daytime, as in diurnal animals. Many animals are like this. A lot of animals are nocturnal. A lot of animals are both day and night. Like cats. Cats are not nocturnal, but they do sleep a lot throughout the day, but they also sleep at night. That's like nap time, activity time, nap time, activity time. And they just do that over and over and over again all day long for 24 hours. But, are they more awake during the day or more awake during the night? I don't know. I don't know if there's an even split in any way, or if you could figure out one way or the other. I think it's pretty equal. I will say, though, that they do tend to get quite excited somewhere between the hours of like 9 p.m. and midnight. Most cats have like a zoomy time. 2C, opening during the day and closing at night, as in diurnal flowers. Yep, they're awake during the day, their petals open, and then when it gets dark and the sun is going down, oh, it's sleepy time for the flowers. They go to sleep. Diurnally is an adverb. So this is from the Latin diurnalis, and it doesn't say what that is, but it does say there's more at the word journal. And I guess that word diurnalis does kind of look like the word journal. So maybe diurnalis is a journal, which is maybe something that you would write in every day. And so that's kind of where this whole daily things comes from. We did have the word daily and diary, and I think that they were all kind of related to this stuff too. Oh, speaking of, yeah. The second form of diurnal Noun from 1600. Number 1 is archaic. The synonyms are diary and daybook. The things that you might write in every day. Oh, that's another thing I do every day. I write down what I do. It's not so much like, oh, this is how I felt about a thing. It's more like I did this, and then I did this, and then I did this. And so tomorrow is February 1st, so I will be starting a brand new little page, and I will say on January 31st, which is when I'm recording this, that after work, I recorded one episode of the dictionary, because I think I'm only going to do one. Number 2, this is the 2A definition for the word journal. You got a journal in your journal, and I think it's fun to say gurnal. Hey, 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 yeah. The next word is diuron. D-I-U-R-O-N. Diuron. Noun from 1957. A persistent herbicide, C9H10Cl2N2O, used especially to control annual weeds. And let's see, this is from dichlor plus urea plus on. Diuron. Hey, 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 hey. The next word is, I missed it. We went from DIT to DIU, and now we finished DIU, and we are on to DIV, which this is going to go on a little while. Let's see. We got that. Oh, yes, it's going to go on pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5.5 episodes is the DIV section. And I just saw something, and it reminded me that I need to see if I can get an expert on for that episode. Because, boy, the end of the D section is coming up quick. All right. Where were we? Div, D-I-V, abbreviation for 1, divided, 2, dividend, 3, division, 4, divorced. Yeah. The next word is diva. Noun from 1883. And the plural, I never thought about this. You usually only talk about one diva at a time. But if you have to talk about multiple divas, it is either divas or divae. D-I-V-E. Divae. That's interesting. This is 1A. This synonym is the number 1 definition for the word prima donna. I think that's probably the one that came first. I'm not sure. 1B. It's the number 2 definition for prima donna. 2. A usually glamorous and successful female performer or personality, as in a fashion diva. Especially a popular female singer, as in pop divas. You know, we all know about our pop divas. I mean, the first one that everybody thinks of is probably Beyonce. But, you know, there have been and that there are many divas. You know, it doesn't got to be a female. Usually they are female, but I think there could be male divas or non-gender divas. I don't see why not. This is an Italian word, and it literally means, oh, get this, it means goddess. Because that is the feminine of the word divus or divus, which means divine or God. And there's more at the word deity. So every time you call somebody a diva, you are saying that they are divine and like a goddess. Yeah. The next word is divagate or divagate. This is an intransitive verb from 1599, to wander or stray from a course or subject. The synonyms are diverge and digress. So you're wandering away from where you're supposed to be, from the path or something, probably literally divagate. Well, let's read more. Divagation or divagation or divagation, that is a noun. And this is from the Latin verb divagare, which is from dis plus vagare, which means to wander. And there's more at the word vagary. So, yeah, just wandering about, not having any real specific place you got to go, no agenda. You're just like, hey, let's just go this way. Let's see who we meet over here. What's over in this place over here? Let's divagate or divagate. I've never heard this word, but I like it. I like the idea of wandering. I don't usually do this. I mean, Sharon and I will go on walks sometimes, especially on the weekend. But we usually have some sort of destination, like, hey, let's walk to the beach and back, or whatever. Let's do 2 miles or 5 miles. But there's not usually a time where I'm just like, I'm just gonna go and wander about. That's not a thing that usually happens. Divagate. Moving on. Hey, 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 hey. Divalent is next. Divalent. Adjective from 1862. Having a chemical valence of 2, also bonded to 2 other atoms or groups. Hey, 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 hey. I think I'm using the same notes every time, but that's okay because I want to keep it short. This word is divan or divan, or in senses 1, 2, and 4, it can be, the first one is divan, or divan. And then in 1, 2, and 4, it could also be divan or divan. The di or the di emphasize the second syllable, divan, actually. Oh my God, this is so complicated. So basically, you can emphasize the first or second syllables. You could say di or die or van or von. All sorts of combinations. Noun from 1586, 1a. The Privy Council of the Ottoman Empire. I know so little about the Ottoman Empire. It was way back in the day, and it was very large and strong, and now it doesn't exist anymore. 1b, the synonym is council. 2, a council chamber. So this is probably where the council would meet to talk about the things that were privy to what they were doing in the Ottoman Empire. 3, a large couch, usually without back or arms, often designed for use as a bed. And maybe we need to post a picture on social media at dictionarypod of this divan. I'm trying to think if I've ever heard this used. Divan. 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 I don't know. 4, a collection of poems in Persian or Arabic, usually by one author. All right, let's look at the etymology because I'm very confused. We were talking about a council, where the council meets, a couch, and a collection of poems. What is the connecting thread here? Well, this is a Turkish word from the Persian word divan. Maybe that's how they say it, divan. And that means account book. So I guess the council would have an account book to keep track of things. But, yeah, no idea about the couch or the poems. Yeah. The next word is divaricate, or divaricate, or divaricate. It is a transitive verb from 1673. To spread apart or branch off. The synonym is the word diverge, divaricate. So, I first think of like a tree. When it grows a new branch, it is branching off, or maybe a river, has a branch. It branches off to another part of the river, and so the river or the tree has divaricated. The etymology is from the Latin verb divaricare, which is from dis plus varicare, which means to straddle. And there's more at the word prevaricate, which, what would that be? Prevaricate? So it's something before something else. Oh, I don't know about that. Can't think of what that would be. That is it for that word. Now we have a similar word. Hey, 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 yeah. Divarication. Divarication, same different pronunciations as divaricate. Noun from 1578, 1, the action, process, or fact of divaricating. And 2, a divergence of opinion. We made it to the last word. There are quite a number of definitions, and there is usage information which is going to be moved into tomorrow's episode. And then there's actually a second form which will also be in tomorrow's episode. So let's read the definitions for the first form of the word dive. D-I-V-E, verb from before the 12th century. And there are all these other forms. The past is dived or dove. Also, let's see, dived or dove, and diving. I don't know why they listed some of these here multiple times. Okay, number 1A. We're starting with intransitive verb. 1A, to plunge into water intentionally and especially head first. Also, to execute a dive is to dive. This is where you jump, usually head first, into a body of water, and you probably did it on purpose, and maybe you're going to do some fancy thing, like a jackknife, like a swan, like I don't know what the other names of dives are. Maybe it's a back dive. You go head first, but you're facing the other way. That's a hard, scary thing to do. I tried to teach myself how to do that when I was a kid. Not sure how successful I was. There are many places in the world that say, no diving. You can't dive here. It's not deep enough. If you dive, you might hit the bottom and get hurt your head, hurt your hands. Don't do it. Or also we just don't want you to. Let's see. I've diving. I'm thinking of diving. I don't think I'm a very good diver. I have not done that since probably I was in high school, maybe. Yeah, I would usually only go off the standard height diving board, but I think I did do a taller one a couple of times, but I'm not sure if I actually dove. I probably just jumped, maybe did like a cannonball. But I kind of want to try. I kind of want to get into swimming in general, and I think trying to force myself to dive just in general is a good idea because my body doesn't know how to do that anymore. So that'd be a good thing to do, especially from a high place. I have jumped off of a high place before, 30 foot, 50 foot into water, but there was no diving involved. It was feet first. So you can't call that a dive. You can't. I'm sorry. Okay, 1B, the synonym is submerge, as in the submarine dived. It went down. It submerged all over. There's no part of the submarine sticking up. It went down all the way into the water and probably went very, very deep. 2A, to come or drop down precipitously. The synonym is plunge, as in the temperature is diving. I don't like it when the temperature is diving, unless it's at 200 degrees, and then it's diving to a more normal 60 to 80 degrees. I'm talking Fahrenheit, of course. But right now, it's the end of January, and today when I left the house, it was 0 degrees, and the day before I left the house, it was 10 degrees, and the day before that, it was like 15 or 20. So It wasn't a huge dive, but definitely over the last 3 or 4 days, the temperatures have been diving, and I don't want them to dive anymore because it is so cold, and my hands hurt so bad. I don't like the cold. Something dropping quick is a dive. It's diving. To be. To plunge one's hand into something. I don't think I've ever said, I'm going to dive my hand into this basket of beans. Yeah, let's see. That was plunge my hands. Now we have to see. This is talking about an airplane. To descend in a dive. We just watched Top Gun Maverick recently, and there is definitely 1 or 2 times in that movie where they dive those planes down so fast, and they would have hit the ground, I feel like, except they make it seem like they're just going to dive forever and ever and ever. Yeah, plane diving down. You hope it's not because of an engine going out. I feel like just yesterday in the previous episode I brought up a whole other example of a plane going down because of it was broken. Yeah, don't ever want to be in a plane that's descending in a dive. 3A, to plunge into some matter or activity, as in she dove into her studies. So this is the first one that is not physical, not literal. I'm diving into this podcast. I'm jumping in feet first, head first, the whole body first, all the stuff going on at the same time. Let's do this thing. Let's not get distracted by anything, and let's just do the studying. Let's dive into it. 3B, to plunge or dash for some place, as in diving for cover. Maybe there's an earthquake, a tornado, a hurricane, and you want to dive under a table. Maybe, I don't know if that's the best place to go, but if something's falling, you might need to dive for cover. Also, still for 3B, also, to lunge, especially in order to seize something, as in dove for the ball. In basketball, you're always seeing people diving for the ball so it doesn't go out of bounds. There are some great clips of basketball players falling into the laps of first row, second row, third row fans watching the game. Let's see. Dove for the ball. I guess tennis. Tennis, they probably dive for the ball. In baseball, they definitely dive for the ball. I feel like volleyball, that's a good one. I feel like I've probably dove for the ball in racquetball a little bit, but I don't want to hurt myself. But I also haven't played racquetball in many years. So many examples of diving for the ball. All right, we are now on transitive. There's only 2 of them. 1, to thrust into something. That's the whole idea of this. One thing going into another thing. A person diving into a pool, a submarine diving into the water. The temperature is kind of going into something else. That one's a little bit loosey-goosey. Putting your hand in a thing. Airplane, yes, lots of examples. 2, to cause to dive, as in dive a submarine. The submarine dives, and then you make it dive by, hitting a button, pulling a lever. You make it dive down into the depths where the pressure is high and the animals are fascinating. We need to talk about the etymology for this word. Is there anything interesting to say? It is from Middle English, diven or duven, from Old English, diphon, with a Y, diphon, and that means to dip. Also from dufon, which means to dive, akin to the Old English dipan or dipan, which also means to dip, and there's more at the word dip. So it all comes back to dipping. You dip a toe into the water, dive your toe into the water. Okay, let's reread the words. We had ditzy, diuresis, diuretic, diurnal, diuron, div, diva, divagate, divalent, divan, divaricate, divarication, and dive. Well, I think my runner-up will be diva. You know, the divas, they're super talented, and they give us lots of entertainment. But I'm going to pick, I'm going to pick divagate, or divagate as the word of the episode. Just because I just think it's good, just every once in a while when you got the time, or make the time maybe, and just go wander about your neighborhood. Maybe you'll meet somebody new, you'll see something new, you'll experience new things that you never thought even possible. And I don't think we do this enough. I can only speak for myself, but I'm pretty sure that most people just kind of stay their course and do what they do, and they only do that. And we need, as a society and a culture, I think, to divagate more, because there's so much stuff there out in the world that we don't know about, we haven't experienced. We will become a better person if we experience it. So I think we got to do that. We gotta divagate when we go out in the world, go see some other stuff, diverge from your standard course of action. All right, that is it. That's the end. No more for this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Yeah. Hey, word nerds, how you doing? What's up with you? I'm glad you're here. This is the dictionary. My name is Spencer. I would be so ecstatically happy if you rated this show on Apple Podcasts and all the other places. Give it the 5 stars or whatever other amount of stars you think are necessary, and go ahead and write a review so the algorithms can take all that information and mush it up and send this show out to all of the people. What else? Share this podcast. Even without the algorithms, this show needs your help. We need to get it out into the world. Put it on social media and tag me. Instagram and Twitter is at dictionarypod. You can follow my personal, which is at speejampar, SPEJAMPAR. And the TikTok is also at speejampar, and currently it is all dictionary-related stuff. If you want to go look at those silly short videos, they're all less than 60 seconds, I think. What else? Email me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. I have mentioned this a couple of times. I want you to email me your jokes about words in the rest of the alphabet. The late D's, the very late D's, all the way through Z. Look at your dictionary, find a word, a definition, an etymology, a something or other, come up with a joke, send it to me in the email form, and tell me if I can credit your name or not. I mean, I'm going to credit you, but whether or not you want me to say your name or not is a whole other thing. And, because I want to see what jokes you got to come up with, and because I'm not so great with the jokes. You can join the Patreon for this show, which someday may be things other than just this show. It's just stuff that I do, but currently it's just this show. The link is in the show notes. You can buy merchandise on TeePublic. The link is in the show notes. You can call the Google Voice number. It's also in the show notes. It is 917-727-5757. I think that's right. What else? We went through all of those things. Jonah and Tom have made the theme songs. If you want to make your own theme song, 15 seconds or shorter, that would be great. It'd be great if it had a beginning, a middle, and end. Words or no words, that's fine. Send me what you got. I think that's all good for today. The first word in this episode is not a word. Well, it's the second half of the word dive. First form. This is the usage information. Ooh, what does the usage information have to say for us? Okay. Dive, which was originally a weak verb, developed a past tense dove, probably by analogy with verbs like drive and drove. Dove exists in some British dialects and has become the standard past tense, especially in speech in some parts of Canada. In the US, dived and dove are both widespread in speech as past tense and past participle, with dove less common than dived in the South Midland area, and dived less common than dove in the Northern and North Midland areas. In writing, the past tense dived is usually in British English and somewhat more common in American English. Dove seems relatively rare as a past participle in writing. Yeah, that was fun. If you remember when I talked about this in the previous episode, I did say that there was the other forms, or the past forms are dived and dove. So, we got some more information about that and why kind of and where and what's popular. I think for me, I don't think I ever say dived. I just don't do that. I say dove. I grew up in the Chicago area, and I guess if you poll people, what do you use, and you could probably figure out generally where they grew up or where they didn't grow up. No dived for me. I think it could also potentially depend on the context, but yeah, I can't think of something for that. Okay, that was it for dive, and the sound effect today is going to be pew. The second form of dive. Noun from 1700. 1. The act or an instance of diving, as 1A1, a plunge into water executed in a prescribed manner. So you have already decided what sort of manner you are going to dive. You're not improvising in the moment. You have thought about this ahead of time. 1A2, a submerging of a submarine. So the previous word in the previous episode was the verb form. We talked about how a submarine is submerging and diving, but this is the noun. So they're going into a dive. Yeah, in a submarine. 1A3, a steep descent of an airplane at greater than the maximum horizontal speed. So you're going down towards the earth in a plane, and it's very steep, greater than the maximum horizontal speed. So if the horizontal speed is 500 miles an hour, wait, so you're going faster than the speed you would if you're going horizontal? I mean, I guess gravity takes over, so that probably helps with the speed. Interesting. 1B, a sharp decline. Okay, so this could be like prices are diving, sales are diving. They're just going down, and that's probably not what people want. But, if it's like maybe there's a positive thing of a sharp decline. Maybe if there are people who are trying to lose weight and their weight dives, then that might be a good thing. Although you probably don't want your weight to dive too fast, because that might be unhealthy. 2, a shabby and disreputable establishment, as a bar or nightclub. Oh yeah, we definitely call these shabby bars dives. It's a dive. But you know what? They've got great people sometimes, some good decor. Those can be definitely fun places to go. 3, a faked knockout. And this is usually used in the phrase take a dive. So I guess this could be boxing. Maybe they fake out the other boxer by going down to the mat, but then they get up quickly and they fake him out again and hit him with an uppercut. I don't know boxing. 4, an offensive play in football in which the ball carrier plunges into the line for short yardage. So I think this is where they get the ball and they just do like a big old leap just to get a few yards, maybe two to 4 yards. They just do a leap over the line just to get something. They just do a dive, a leap and a dive. The next word is dive bomb. 2 words with a hyphen. Transitive verb from 1935. To bomb from an airplane by making a steep dive toward the target before releasing the bomb. So this is not just releasing a bomb to its target, but the plane actually dives down and then it releases the bomb. So I guess there are 2 things about this. I don't know a lot of details, but first is by doing the dive, you get the bomb closer to its target, and so it has less distance to go and will hit there quicker. The other thing, and I don't know if they come out of the dive before they let go of the bomb or if they're still in a dive while they're letting go of the bomb. But if they're still diving when they let go of the bomb, then the bomb has extra speed in addition to gravity, so it will also probably go faster. Dive bomber is a noun. I think, was it the plane that dropped off one of the nuclear bombs? Was it called the Enola Gay? I think that may have been a dive bomber because either it was a suicide mission or close to it or something. I don't know. I could have my facts wrong, but maybe I'll put a link in the show notes for the dive bomb stuff. Diver. Noun from 1506. One that dives. That's it. 2A. A person who stays underwater for long periods by having air supplied from the surface or by carrying a supply of compressed air. So I would assume that you could be a scuba diver is a diver because you've got the compressed air on your back. You got to be very careful with that. We've talked about that before. We get the bends if you don't do it safely, or potentially you could have a tube that goes all the way up to the boat. And so that's where they're getting their air from. But yeah, if they're going down, they want to do the dive. They want to see the fishes. They want to see the corals. They want to test some things at low places and stay down there for a while. They're a diver. I've never been a diver. The only thing I've done is snorkeling, and I don't think that counts. 2B, any of various birds that obtain food by diving in water, especially the synonym loon, Loon. I have seen some very cool videos and photos of birds diving into the water. They start going down, and then when they get closer, they pull in their wings, and so they are very, very aerodynamic, and they speed up, and so they can get real far into the water. And maybe I should post a picture of these birds diving into the water, and maybe above water and below water, because they look cool in both sides. Boom, boom. The next word, diverge, or you can just say diverge. Verb from 1665, starting with intransitive. 1A, to move or extend in different directions from a common point. Also, draw apart, as in diverging roads. So they start from the same place. It's like a fork in the road, and then one goes one way and another goes another way, and they're just they split off. They don't merge. That would be two roads coming together. Although it kind of depends on which direction you're going, because if you're on a road and then it splits into two, it diverges. But if you're coming back down those roads, then they merge to one road. So it can be both. It depends on your point of view, like everything else in the world. 1B, to become or be different in character or form. Also, differ in opinion. Sometimes this happens with relationships. People grow, they change, they have new experiences. They whatever it is, as they are growing and changing, their opinions on things might change, and so they begin to differ in what they want to do, and then they're just diverging in all those things. And so it's like, oh well, we had our time. It was very important, and we have diverged. 2. To turn aside from a path or course. The synonym is deviate. You're just going another way. Not that way, not the way of the path or the course. You make your own path or course. I think we should all be better at making our own paths or courses. 3. To be mathematically divergent. Here is transitive, which is just the synonym deflect. So if you are actively deflecting a thing, making a thing go another way, you are diverging it. Another synonym for all is the word swerve. Swerve. Boom. The next word, divergence. Was this the name of a movie? Or no, Divergent. That's what it was. Divergence, noun from 1656, 1a, a drawing apart as of lines extending from a common center. The lines all came from the center. If you draw a circle and then make a point in the middle of the circle and then you draw lines coming from that point in the center, then those lines are divergence. No, there is a divergence in the lines because they are diverging. 1b, synonyms are difference and disagreement. 1c, the acquisition of dissimilar characters by related organisms in unlike environments. So, okay, divergence. So this is acquisition of dissimilar characters by related organisms in unlike environments. Wow, there's a lot of positive, negative, positive, negative. So this is gathering things that are not like each other, and the things, this is so weird, and the things that are gathering these things up are the same type of organisms or related organisms, but they're in different types of environments? Okay, I think I see where this is going. Okay, so let's say you got two different swamps. They are similar swamps, but they have different environments. They have different animals, flora and fauna, basically. Okay, let's say that. But then, in each of those two swamps, there is one type of organism that is very similar. Organism A in swamp A is very similar to organism B in swamp B. Okay, now, organism A is eating one type of thing. Maybe it's a plant, maybe it's an animal. Let's just call it animal F. Okay? Their organism A, let's oh my god, this is getting so complicated. Let's say they're eating organism F, plant or animal F. And then organism B in swamp B is eating animal H. So those are very different characteristics, different things. And this is divergence because now, over many years of evolution, I could be totally wrong here, over many years of evolution, those original two organisms in those two swamps are going to go evolve in two different ways because they are in different environments and eating different things. Is that right? I don't know. It makes sense to me. Number 2, a deviation from a course or standard. 3, the condition of being mathematically divergent. Boom. Divergency. Noun from 1709. The synonym is divergence. And we have an emergency of divergency because things are diverging ever so quickly and we need to calm it down, I think. the next word. Pew! Boom! Divergent. Adjective from 1696. 1A. Diverging from each other, as in divergent paths. You go that way, I go this way. Our paths will not meet again unless we go all the way around the world. We're separating our ways. 1B. Differing from each other or from a standard, as in the divergent interests of capital and labor. So, let's see, different from each other or from a standard. So I guess capital has interests in one way and labor has interests in another way. The divergent interests, I don't know enough about business to give you more information there. 2. Relating to or being an infinite sequence that does not have a limit, or an infinite series whose partial sums do not have a limit. I don't understand what any of that is. 3. Causing a divergence of rays, as in a divergent lens. The synonym is the word different, and divergently is an adverb. Okay, couple more short ones, then we're ending this. Boom! This is the first form of divers, D-I-V-E-R-S, adjective from the 14th century. The synonym is various. Gotta wait till the V's. Boom! The second form of divers, it says it's a pronoun, I think, from 1528, an indefinite number more than one, as in, with divers of the leaves torn and stitched across, and that is a quote from Charles Dickens. So it's anything more than one. I don't understand this at all. All right, today we had dive, bomb, diver, diverge, divergence, divergency, divergent, divers, and divers. And I am going to pick diver as the word of the episode because it's fun. It's fun to dive in the swimming pool and then also go down to the water to see the fishes. That is all I have for you today. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. My name is Spencer. Whoa, I don't know what even to say at the beginning of all these episodes. I'm so glad that you're here, and I'm just having fun reading the dictionary. That's what we do around here. Okay, the first word. This is the top of page 366. The first word is diverse. You can emphasize either syllable, diverse, or diverse. No long I sound. D-I-V-E-R-S-E. Adjective from the 14th century. Number 1, differing from one another. The synonym is unlike, as in people with diverse interests. They can still be friends, but one person likes one thing and another person likes another thing. But yeah, you can get along just fine if you're friends with somebody and who has diverse interests from you. And I think it is very good to have people in your life who have diverse interests so you can learn about new things and grow your brain. Number 2, composed of distinct or unlike elements or qualities, as in a diverse population. Distinct or unlike elements or qualities. You know, when we think of a population, we think of people, distinct people who are unlike each other. They have different qualities. It doesn't have to be people, obviously, depending on what this definition is talking about. But yes. Oh, and yes, I very much like it when cities, towns are diverse. I grew up in a pretty diverse town, more than most probably. I don't know the numbers exactly, but I think that it's a pretty diverse town, and I had people of all types growing up, and I just think that was really, really helpful to me. And you don't only see your one type of person, your one type of skin color or religion or whatever it is. And, we all saw the same types of age because we were all the same age. That's a whole different thing. Yeah, it's very good to live in a diverse area, I think. A synonym is the word different. Diversely is an adverb, and diverseness is a noun. The sound effect today, I think I'm going to go something like beep, boop, boop, boop. The next word is diversify or diversify. Verb from the 15th century starting with transitive 1. To make diverse or give variety to, as in diversify a course of study. So how are you diversifying a course of study? You're making it diverse. Maybe you're adding to the curriculum, you're adding things to teach that will make it more interesting and have more subtopics, giving variety to this course of study. Yeah, I think that's about it. Number 2, to balance defensively by dividing funds among securities of different industries or of different classes. And the thing that you would be balancing is your investment portfolio. So if you are someone who has enough money to invest, not a lot of people do, most people don't, but if you are one of the lucky people who do, and you've got investments, you've got stocks, you've got all those things, then what they say you want to do is to diversify your portfolio. Don't put all of your money in one company or one type of thing. There could be lots of companies that make cars. Don't put all of your investments into cars. You want to put some investments into other things that are not cars, like trains and planes and automobiles. But maybe things like solar energy, wind power, that would be a whole different thing. That's a new up-and-coming thing. Or, technology or sports gear. I don't know. There's so many different things that you can invest in. So you want to diversify it, because if that one thing goes down, you're screwed. You're just screwed. Number 3, to increase the variety of the products of, as in diversify a business. Again, same kind of idea. The business, if you sell only one thing, if people don't like that thing anymore, then your business is going to go out of business. You're not going to be in business anymore. You're going to be out of business. So this is why a lot of companies will make like other flavors of a thing, a food product, say, so they can get more people interested, sell more things, and or maybe just other types of things. A business is like, hey, I want to make salad dressing, but I also want to make crackers, and I also want to make tampons. So that's a very diverse business. Here is intransitive. 1, to produce variety. 2, to engage in varied operations. So many different operations. Diversification is a noun, and diversifier is also a noun. There's no etymology. I skipped the etymology for diverse, and we are now moving on to beep, boop, beep, boop, 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 boop. Diversion or diversion or diversion. Noun from 1600. 1, the act or an instance of diverting from a course, activity, or use. The synonym is deviation, as in bad weather forced the diversion of several flights. So this is when, the flights had to be diverted. We're going to see divert in a little bit here in this episode. And so what they were doing, they were in the act of diverting, so they were doing a diversion. They were in a diversion. 2, something that diverts or amuses. The synonym is pastime. What's your favorite diversion? If you want to email me, DM me on social media at dictionarypod, or if you want to post a thing and tag me and talk about your favorite diversion, that would be fine too. So what is this? It diverts you from what? From real life? It amuses you. It is here for your amusement. It's a diversion from all of the things that you gotta do all the time, and it gives you happiness. I guess I have a number of these. The first one would be just like watching movies and TV shows. I think that's probably the first one that most people will have. I don't play sports. My wife and I do some, walking or jogging, some working out. She does more of that than I do. What else? Just working on side projects. This project is a diversion. It's not making me any money at the moment, so it's not a job. But yeah, it's a fun educational thing to do. It's a chance for me to be silly, especially when I have a guest, and it forces me to think on my feet, which is good for the brain. What else do I do? Well, other side projects. I got a couple of freelance jobs, mostly shooting or editing things, and that's video work. I've did a couple voiceover things. I want to do more of that, so that would be fun if I can get my voice and throat back in check. I don't know if I would call this a diversion, but I meditate in the morning almost every day. I need to do it in the afternoon too, but I got too many other diversions that I can't do that one in the afternoon. Yeah, that's mostly it. I feel like I should have other sort of things for fun, but I don't. We'll sometimes do like a wine tasting or hang out with family and friends, obviously. That we all got that if you have family and friends. Yeah, that's good for now. 3, for diversion, an attack or feint that draws the attention and force of an enemy from the point of the principal operation. So, so this is, you gotta create a diversion. I think, was it Chris Michaud, who was one of my recent guests? I think we mentioned a diversion. Yeah, if you throw down a smoke bomb, that's one type of diversion. It's going to distract everybody. It's going to draw their attention away, and so you can go do a thing while they're distracted. Number 4, this is British. It is a temporary traffic detour. Oh, those are the worst. It's, I guess in America we call it a detour, but yeah, it's a diversion. It's diverting you away from, where you're not supposed to be for construction or whatever reason. Those are not fun. Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, beep, beep, boop. The next word is diversionary, or diversionary, or diversionary. Adjective from 1846, tending to draw attention away from the principal concern. Also, being a diversion. I think this mostly fits with the number 3 definition for diversion, the attack that draws the attention away draws the attention and force of an enemy from the point of the principal operation. Diversionary. Boop, 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 boop. Diversionist is next, or diversionist. Noun from 1937, 1. One engaged in diversionary activities. Ooh, so if you maybe this is probably during wartime. The one who is doing the diversion for the war against the enemy, they're the diversionist. They're really good at coming up with good diversions. 2. One characterized by political deviation. So this is where a politician is deviating, diverting from what? From their stance, from the norm, from maybe if they're a Democrat, they would normally say one thing, but this political person is being a diversionist and going another way. Yeah, I don't know about a lot of details about that. Boop beep beep boop beep boop boop. The next word is diversity or diversity. Obviously, you can see a pattern with most of these words. You can say duh or die. Diversity. If you're talking real quick, you might just say diversity. Noun from the 14th century. 1. The condition of being diverse. The synonym is variety, especially the inclusion of diverse people in a group or organization. Okay, so the example of these diverse people would be people of different races or cultures. That's what the book says. And the example is programs intended to promote diversity in school. So this is where they're probably going to bring in other kids from other parts of the town or the city, or maybe either neighboring cities, and so their school can be more diverse because maybe they have a whole lot of white kids or a whole lot of black kids or something like that, and they want to get it more diverse, which in general I think is a really good idea because, like I said before, you get to kids don't grow up with hate. They just don't. It's taught. This is a known fact. And so you put kids in a class with people from all over the world, they're just going to hang out with each other and be friends, unless there's some mean kid or something. What they look like means nothing to a child. It's just another kid to play with. And this is just what I want to see. You start young, the kids grow up to be cool, awesome adults who don't mind hanging out with anybody, who don't hate other people, other groups of people. I don't understand why there is any hate. This is why I feel very lucky to have grown up where I did because, like I said, my town is diverse. 2. An instance of being diverse, as in a diversity of opinion. Yeah, I think that we may have possibly a little bit more to say about that later, but you get the idea. You know how I feel. I hope you feel the same way. If you don't feel the same way, I'm just not sure. I mean, we can let's have a little conversation about that. You can email me, message me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. Tell me what you think about just diversity in the world, in places and stuff like that. I don't know. Yeah. I would like to think that if somebody is listening to this, they probably have similar viewpoints to me, although not necessarily. The next word. Beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. Divert or divert. Verb from the 15th century, starting with intransitive, which is to turn aside. The synonym is deviate, as in studied law, but diverted to diplomacy. They took a turn. They were going one way. They said, nope, I'm going to go over this way. Similar but different. I like diplomacy better than I like law. Here's transitive 1A. To turn from one course or use to another. The synonym is deflect, as in divert traffic to a side street. And this is about, the detour. Maybe they're doing something on the main street, and so the construction people or the police, they're coming in, or maybe they just put up signs. They're like, no, I'm sorry, you got to go down that side street instead because we got a situation over here. Somebody is just hanging out. They're just laying down in the street, and we can't move them. It's a problem. Okay, 1B. The synonym is distract, as in trying to divert her attention. Hey, lady, look over here. Don't look over there. Look over here. I'm trying to distract you with my silly voice, diverting you away so you don't see what's going on over there. I don't know what's going on over there, but don't look at it. No, look over here. 2. To give pleasure to, especially by distracting the attention from what burdens or distresses. So, I'm sure there are plenty of good examples, but the first one I can think of is when you're dealing with a child and maybe they fell and they got a little hurt and they started crying, or they just started crying even though they didn't get hurt, or maybe they're upset about something. There's all those fantastic videos of like, why is my child mad at me or crying? Oh, it's because I can't even think of a good example because they're just so insane. It's like a normal adult wouldn't even be able to think of a reason why. Oh, my child wouldn't let me lick the dog's butt. That's probably something that has happened, so they're crying. No, I wouldn't let my child lick the dog's butt. I don't even know what I said, but then the child just starts crying. So what I'm trying to get to is the kid's going through some sort of temper tantrum, and what you need to do is divert them. You need to distract them, give them pleasure, joke around about something else, and so they're not focusing their attention on the thing that burdens them or distresses them. Right? That's what you do. Sometimes you got to do that with adults and old people too. A synonym is the word amuse. I love to be amused. Please amuse me. Speaking of, I've mentioned this a few times. I just today or yesterday, maybe it was yesterday, I put up an episode, just a short little thing saying, hey, please email me a joke. Look at the end of the D's or throughout the rest of the alphabet, E through Z, and look at words, definitions, all the stuff in your own dictionary, whatever it is, and email me a joke, a pun, a whatever kind of joke you want, anything. Anything is good. And then I'll read it when I get to that word. It could be a while from now. It will be a while from now, but I will get to it. And please and thank you. Do that. That would be fantastic. And I will give you I'll say your name too if you want me to. Otherwise, I'll just say this is from some anonymous person. Okay, the etymology for divert is from the Latin divertere, which means to turn in opposite directions. From dis plus vertere, which means to turn, and there's more at the word worthy. Yeah. So, all these diversions, the things that amuse you, you're going down one way, it's just the day of normal day-to-day living, all the stuff you gotta do, the bills you gotta pay, the errands you gotta run, the dishes you gotta clean, the work you gotta do, all that stuff, but then you're like, nope, I'm gonna turn around in the opposite direction, and I'm gonna divert myself to amusement. That's what we need more of. Okay, we are taking a turn. Speaking of, we're turning away from these diversionary diversity words, and we're going to diverticulitis. 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 That would be a good one to figure out backwards. Go watch my backwards talking videos on YouTube. Maybe someday I'll have time to do more. Noun from circa 1900. Inflammation of a diverticulum. Diverticulum. And you'll learn about that one pretty soon. Next, we don't want inflammation. If you got inflammation of the diverticulum, you got diverticulitis, and you got to go get it checked out, please and thank you. The next word is diverticulosis. Noun from 1917, 17 years later from diverticulitis. An intestinal disorder characterized by the presence of many diverticula. And I believe that is the plural of diverticulum. diverticulum. And yes, the plural is with an A instead of the Noun from circa 1819. So they didn't have a name for the inflammation of this thing until 81 years later. 1. An abnormal pouch or sac opening from a hollow organ as the intestine or bladder. So if your intestine or bladder has some sort of pouch or opening that it's not supposed to have, then that is a diverticulum. And then I guess if that thing gets inflamed, that is diverticulitis. And if you have this consistent problem of inflammation, you have diverticulosis. Number 2, for diverticulum, a pocket or closed branch opening off a main passage. A closed branch opening, what? A pocket or closed branch opening off a main passage. So it's, I guess in this case, it doesn't have to be about in something in your guts. This could be something different. I'm not sure what that would be, though. Maybe if there's a door to a building and then you put a pocket next to the door, that is a diverticulum. It's a very odd joke. Diverticular is an adjective. Let's see the etymology. It's really just from the Latin devertere, which means to turn aside, and that's about it. The next is divertimento, or divertimento. Noun from 1823. The plural is divertimenti with an I, or divertimentos. The Freshmaker. 1. An instrumental chamber work in several movements, usually light in character. And if I happen to have some time to find a good example of this, I will put in some audio. Here is number 2 for divertimento. It is the number 1 definition for divertisement. There's other ways to pronounce that, but that will be the first word in the next episode, and it is French, so you can say it some fun other ways too. Okay, we got one more word for this episode. Diverting, or diverting. D-I-V-E-R-T-I-N-G. Diverting. Adjective from 1655, providing amusement or entertainment, as in a diverting evening. It's Friday night. Honey, let's go have a diverting evening. Oh, you mean an evening that provides us with amusement or entertainment? Oh, yes, that would be lovely. Let's go divert our troubles. Divertingly is an adverb. I think it's time to reread the words, and then we'll pick a word of the episode. And you can do the same at home. Let me know what you think. Okay, we had diverse, diversify, diversion, diversionary, diversionist, diversity, divert, diverticulitis, diverticulosis, diverticulum, divertimento, and diverting. I have to pick diversity as the word of the episode because I think it is really important. I think it is really important to celebrate diversity. Celebrate diversity. Yes, celebrate diversity. I remember my very good friend Gabe had a t-shirt. Oh man, we must have been in like 8th grade or something. And he had a shirt that said celebrate diversity. And I don't know, we were recording some goofy videos because that's what we did when we were kids, made just silly little sketches. And he was wearing it, and it was right in front of the camera, and one of us said, celebrate diversity. And I can't not think about that every time I hear that phrase or see this word or something. So yes, let's celebrate diversity because it's what makes us great. it makes the world fantastic. It makes it interesting. It makes it fun. This country, America, that I am currently in, is so diverse. It's made up of people from all over the world who have come here for a better life, for prosperity, for whatever it is, and we just need to celebrate that more, I think. Okay, that's it. That's it for the wordy part of this show. And then maybe let's quickly just talk about movies for a second. In Bruges, we watched that. I had seen it when it shortly after it came out, and yeah, it's good. There's some language in it that is not the greatest. I think that's mostly because of just who the characters are, that they would talk that way. It's also, at this point, 15 years old, so that's another part of it, but mostly I think it's about the characters. And Bruges looks like a beautiful city, and I want to go visit someday. Yeah, it's a fun adult movie. Maybe I'll talk about another one in the next episode, which I'm going to record right now. Thank you so much for listening. If you want to contact me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. This has been Spencer Diverse... How did I do that? This is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I am Spencer, and I'm very glad that you were here. And I forgot to mention in the previous episode, but we are now in March of 2023. Yesterday's episode aired on March 1st, 2023. And tomorrow, the next episode is my half birthday. Because I still think about that and mention that, even in my 40s. All right, the first word in this episode can be pronounced a few ways, but I think the most appropriate way, because it is French, is to say divertissement. Divertissement. You sort of say the N sound at the end, divertissement. It is spelled Divertissement. And if you want to say it more non-French, you could say divertissement, or divertissement with a Z. But I'm going to say divertissement. Noun from circa 1728. Number 1, a dance sequence or short ballet usually used as an interlude. So this thing is done, and then comes on. I wish this was a video thing. I would do a little dance for you. Somebody comes on, dancey dance, 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 dance. Done. That is a divertissement. Number 2, it is the number 1 definition for divertimento. Is that how you say it? It was just in the previous episode. Yes, divertimento. And number 3, the synonyms are diversion and entertainment. Let's have a little entertainment, a little French entertainment, a little French-tertainment. This, we said it's French, it literally means diversion, and that's it. The sound effect today, which says this word's done, here comes the next word. We're going to do fwa, fwa. The next is dives, capital D-I-V-E-S, dives. Noun from the 14th century, it's a rich man, a dives. So why is this that? Well, the etymology says, I guess maybe this is a Latin word. Doesn't really give me a lot of information there, but it means either rich or rich man. And I should say, if it is a Latin word, they wouldn't say dives. They would probably say dives, I think. It also says that it is misunderstood as a proper name in LK, I think that's Luke 16:19. So there is a passage in the Bible that thought that it was somebody's name, maybe a first name or a last name, but I guess it just meant rich or rich man. So a dives is a rich man, and I don't know any way to use that in context. I've never heard this before. Next is divest or divest. Divest. Are you wearing that divest over there? Put on a different vest. I don't like that. I don't like divest. That didn't work at all. Divest is a transitive verb from 1623. 1a, to deprive or dispossess, especially of property, authority, or title. So you're either taking it away from somebody, you're taking away their property, authority, or title of a thing, or you are getting rid of it yourself, maybe. Dispossess, you don't possess it anymore. 1b, to undress or strip, especially of clothing, ornament, or equipment. Yeah, same kind of thing. You just don't, it's not a part of you anymore. You are taking off your clothes. I get home from a long day and I divest my clothes and I put on some different clothes, some like pajama pants. I'm getting ready to take a shower. All right, let's divest the clothes. 1c, the synonyms are rid and free. Ridding yourself of a thing, freeing yourself from it. Number 2, to take away from a person. Yeah, take it away, divesting them of that thing. Divestment is a noun. Divestment, that would be, it's an oxymoron, it's a paradox. You go to put the mint in your mouth, but it's a divestment, and so it's taken out of your mouth, and you try to put it back in, but it pops right out. The next word, divestiture. Divestiture, and I think it's Southern, chiefly Southern, they'd say divestiture? There's no CH sound. divestiture, divestiture. Noun from 1601. 1. The act of divesting. 2. The compulsory transfer of title or disposal of interests upon government order. And the example of these interests that are being disposed are stock in a corporation. So yeah, if you got to get rid of the stock or remove something from your life, you're doing a divestiture. Next is the first form of the word divide. divide, verb from the 14th century, starting with transitive. There's a lot of them. 1a, to separate into two or more parts, areas, or groups, as in divide the city into wards. I think I know what ward I'm in, but I'm not sure. This is something that you should know when you live in a city. You should know this. You got to split up the city into the wards, the districts, the whatever it is. Split it up. 1b, to separate into classes, categories, or divisions. Divisions, as in divide history into epochs. Epochs or epochs or epochs, epochs. There's epochs and there's eras and eons and all these things, and you can divide history amongst all of those things. I think epochs might be shorter than eons or something, and I don't know, there's scientific things for all of these. You know, there's the Jurassic and the Triassic and all of those things. Those are divisions. History is divided into those. 1c, the synonyms are cleave and part, as in a ship dividing the water. 2a, to separate into portions and give out in shares. The synonym is distribute, as in divide profits. Oh, it would be so great if companies, when they made a lot of profits, they divided it equally amongst their employees. But that doesn't usually happen. 2b, To possess, enjoy, or make use of in common, as in divide the blame. So many things can be divided. Although I don't think anybody is enjoying the blame. To see, this synonym is apportion, as in divides her time between the office and home. A lot of people aren't doing that anymore these days. They're just working at home, so it's one place, and then they get a little sick of home, and they're like, I gotta get out of here. Come on. Let's do something else. See some different walls. I divide my time between office and home. I spend about 40 plus hours a week at the office, and the rest of my time at home, unless I'm in a movie theater. 3A, to cause, to be separate, distinct, or apart from one another, as in fields divided by stone walls. I love those little old stone walls in places like Ireland and Scotland. We just watched the Banshees of Inisherin, and that was filled with those stone walls. Oh, I don't know why. I just love that old stuff. Okay, 3B, to separate into opposing sides or parties, as in the issues that divide us. Oh, there's a lot of those. We got opposing sides. We got people who disagree on things, and they think about different issues, and those issues divide us. Can we figure out a way that we can disagree on these things, but they don't divide us? We need to work together more. 3C, to cause, to vote by division. And the example of the thing, I guess, that's doing this vote is a parliamentary body. To cause a parliamentary body to vote by division. And I don't really know what that means. 4A, to subject to the operation of finding how many times it contains another number or quantity. The example of this, to subject what? You're subjecting a number or quantity to the operation of finding how many times it contains another number or quantity. This is dividing. This is division. This is the thing that people learn in third grade? Maybe 8 or 9 years old. So the example is divide 42 by 14. And I think it's 6, if I'm not mistaken. Or, wait, 7? No, hold on. So, no, it would be 3, right? 14 into 42. Oh my God, I have to do math in the moment. It'd be 3. It'd be 3. I was thinking too hard about 7 times 6 is 42, and 7 times 2 is 14. But yeah, so that's why I got all confused. But yeah, I think 14 goes into 42 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Right? Right. Good job, Spencer. You were always good at math. You can't be good right now. Although you're not usually dividing a 2-digit number by a 2-digit number. That's a little bit more advanced, and my brain just never got to that level. 4B, to be used as a divisor with respect to what? To a dividend. As in, 4 divides 16 evenly, because 16 divided by 4 is 4, because 4 times 4 is 16, because 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus 4 is 16. There's 4 4s, that makes 16. 4C, obviously the whole number 4 section is all mathy. 4C, to use as a divider, and this is used with the word into, as in, divide 14 into 42. I feel like that's a little confusing. We don't usually put the numbers in that order. It's usually the other way around, divide 42 by 14, because divide 14 into 42, I think you're supposed to get the same answer, 3, but it just feels the numbers are backwards for me. Okay, here we now have intransitive 1, to perform mathematical division, which clearly can sometimes be hard to do. So basically, if you don't know division, if you are young or you never got that far or you just don't have a math brain, you are dividing a a very large pizza into how many? Ooh, you know what? I remember there was Berenstain Bears book that talked about this. I think it was like Sister Bear. She was sick. She didn't learn about division because she couldn't go to school. And then at the end of the book, they were like, "Hey, you've got these things, these fruits, and there's this many people. How many of these things does each person get?" And she did it. She figured out the math of it. And they're like, "You just divided. You did this. Good job." And she was like, "Oh my God, I didn't even know." So basically, back to the pizza example, because we can't just leave that hanging. If you have 8 people and they each want some pizza, the smartest thing to do is to divide the pizza into 8 equal pizzas. This is division. This is the very basic levels of division. But it can get more complicated, because what if you have 7 pizzas and you have 9 people? It's going to get a bit more complicated, and everybody's going to get they're going to get around 2 pieces. Not quite. That's not quite enough pizza in my book. I think we need less people or more pizza. I think that would be one of those is a good plan. Okay, 2A1, to undergo replication, multiplication, fission, or separation into parts. So, replication, multiplication, this is like when a cell is dividing. It's replicating itself. It's multiplying into more than one thing. Fission is when the atoms or whatever the thing is separating into smaller pieces, being separated into parts. 2A2, to branch out. Yeah, so this is literally like we've talked about the river or tree. It's branching, it's dividing. Although there probably is a better example. The river is probably better than the tree. 2B, to become separated or disunited, especially in opinion or interest. A synonym, a couple of them, separate and distribute. Separate into pieces, distributing the pizza amongst the people. Ideally, there's just one person and one pizza, so there's no division needed, and I get to eat the whole thing. Dividable is an adjective. Anything that can be divided is dividable. This is from the Latin dividere, which is from dis plus videre, which means to separate. And there's more at the word widow. I never thought about that. A widow has been separated from their spouse, but it's much sadder than just being separated. I mean, the other person has died. So interesting. Never thought about where that word came from. The next word, it's the second form of divide. Noun from 1642. 1. An act of dividing. 2A. A dividing ridge between drainage areas. 2B. A point or line of division or disagreement. That sound is the sword flying through the air playing Fruit Ninja, where you're dividing your pieces of fruit into a couple of pieces. The next word is divided. Adjective from the 14th century, 1A. Separated into parts or pieces. 1B is talking about a leaf. Cut into distinct parts by incisions extending to the base or to the midrib. So who's cut in this leaf? Or is it a natural cut? Distinct parts of incisions? You definitely see leaves that have sort of these natural sections to them. Some of them do. 1C, having a barrier as a guardrail to separate lanes of traffic going in opposite directions, as in a divided highway. They take up a lot of space. These big old highways take up a lot of space, but it is very useful and good to have these cement barriers or some sort of guardrail, so it's a whole lot harder for a car going one way to get onto the other side of traffic. It has happened. People have been known to do truly astounding things with their cars. But yes, a divided highway is very helpful to keeping everybody safe. 2A, disagreeing with each other. The synonym is disunited. Disunited. They're not united anymore. They're divided. 2B, directed or moved toward conflicting interests, states, or objects, as in divided loyalties. Some are loyal to them over there, and the other people are loyal to the other people over there. So they have conflicting interests. Who are we going to be loyal to? Maybe kids. Maybe if the parents are getting divorced, we're going to come up to that soon. Maybe if the parents are getting divorced, maybe one kid is loyal to one parent and the other kid is loyal to the other parent, and so they're divided and they don't know who. Should they team up together and choose one or not? 3, separated by distance, as in, this is a quote, familiar objects from which she had never dreamed of being divided. And that is from James Joyce. Familiar objects from which she had never dreamed of being divided. So maybe she was being divided from these familiar objects, maybe things from her childhood, and she didn't want to be divided from them and never thought that she would. Why would you think that you would? Dividedly is an adverb, and dividedness is a noun. The next word, dividend, or just dividend. Noun from the 15th century. 1, an individual share of something distributed, as 1A, a share in a pro rata distribution to stockholders. And then the distribution is talking about profits. I don't understand any of this. 1B, a share of surplus allocated to a policyholder in a participating insurance policy. 2A, a resultant return or reward, as in, our efforts are finally paying dividends. Oh, we're finally starting to see some action, some interest, some money. Maybe by me keep on doing this podcast for 4 years, will I start to see dividends of some kind? You can help by sharing this show and rating and reviewing. 2B, the synonym is bonus. Every employee wants to get a bonus. They want a dividend. They want a cut of them profits. 3A, a number to be divided is a dividend. 3, so I guess in the earlier examples with the numbers, I think 42 would be the dividend because it is being divided by 14 to get the number 3. 3B, a sum or fund to be divided and distributed. Dividendless is a funky word and also an adjective. Dividendless. We don't have any dividends here. We are dividendless. All right, we got one more word for this episode. Divider. Divider. Darth divider. Noun from 1534. One that divides. Darth divider definitely divides people with his lightsaber. Number 2 is plural, dividers. An instrument for measuring or marking, as in dividing lines. Oh, and there is a picture. It's in the next column. This is the thing, I don't know, who uses this? Math people, architects people? It looks kind of like one of those, do you call it a protractor, where there's a pointy end, and you put your pencil in the other end so you can make a circle. But this one, it only has 2 pointy ends, and they look very, very sharp, and if you touched it, you might get poked and bleed. And then there's a spinny thing on top. Maybe I should post a picture of this divider thing. posted on @dictionarypod, Instagram and Twitter and Facebook. But the top of it has a twirly part, so you can lengthen out the width of the pointy parts. And what did it say? Instrument for measuring or marking, as in dividing lines. Yeah, I don't really know what you would use this for exactly. I mean, you could make some sort of circle with it, but I don't think that's what it's talking about. I'm not sure. Number 3, something serving as a partition between separate spaces or areas, as in a highway divider. And I also thought of another car example, parking space dividers, the yellow lines. They tell you park within these lines, please, and don't park over 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 spaces. That's not cool to do. That's a very dickish move. Just park in your own spot. I feel like people are getting worse at parking. I go to the grocery store or wherever it is, and I think I've been seeing more and more people either park like way too far to one side or at a really crappy angle. And come on, people, don't be lazy. I know you can't necessarily get it on the first try. I don't get it always on the first try, but you could do a little backing up and adjusting it. It's good. Be good. Be gooder, please. All right, what did we have today? What were the words? We had divertissement. Is that how you say it? Divertissement. Dives, divest, divestiture, divide, divided, dividend, and divider. Oh, well, I mean, there's a lot going on with the word divide, but I don't really feel any strong attachment to that necessarily. I do think I'm going to pick, though, divertissement. I can't even say it anymore. Divertissement. D-I-V. It's the first word. It's just a little diversion, a little thing. Just like 5 minutes of, oh, this is great. This is distracting me from what's going on. A couple of minutes of scrolling through Instagram is a little divertissement. It's okay. A little dance. Let's do a little dance. We all should stop what we're doing for just a couple of minutes and do a short little dance party. We're gonna do a dance party. It's a divertissement. A divertissement. Dance around. Do a little interlude. Divertissement. Not sure if I entirely said the word correctly, but I think I got it close enough. All right, let's talk about one more movie, which is Miami Connection. This is widely considered to be a pretty crappy movie. Came out in like 87, 86, 87, 88, somewhere around there. And they talked about it on the show, How Did This Get Made? I'd never watched the movie until just a couple days ago. And I really want to hear their episode again, but I don't think it's available at the moment, so I might have to wait a while. But ooh, boy, it's something. It is definitely worth putting on with your friends, your family, whoever you are with, and you get some good entertainment and some good laughs because it's they weren't filmmakers when they made this movie. They were just sort of putting something together. I will say that the sentiment that they were trying to get across, which they sort of hit you over the head with at times, but it is very positive, which I like. I've really appreciated that. And but basically, it's a lot of people fighting in Florida. And then when I was reading the trivia, I realized they said it takes place in Orlando, not even Miami, and it's called Miami Connection. The filmmaker was sad that this movie was a disappointment, but then they found out that people were screening it, or they started to screen it as a midnight movie, one of those sort of like cult screenings, and it was very popular. And so I think he's quite a bit happier with the movie because of that. Sometimes it's good to make a real crappy movie. It's worth a watch. It is. Just have fun with it. All right. That's all I'm going to say to you today. let's finish this episode by saying thank you very much for listening to me talk all the time. This is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Yeah. This is the podcast where Spencer Parks, that's me, is reading the dictionary just like it sounds. But it is super fantastic. We're going to get right into the words. The first word in this episode is, you can pronounce it divvy, the third syllable is emphasized, or divvy. Divvy. It is just divi-divi. Noun from circa 1837. A small tropical American tree of the legume family with twisted, astringent pods that contain a large proportion of tannin. I have a feeling they probably don't taste very good, but I don't know. The species name is Caesalpinia coriaria. The name is American Spanish, divvy, probably from the Cumana word. Cumana is an extinct Cariban language of northern Venezuela, or a cognate Cariban word, which I guess is also just divvy. So the Cumana word is divvy, or it is the cognate Cariban word divvy, which is now an American Spanish word, and then it's an American English word divvy. It's just it's the tree with the legumes in the things. I don't know anything else about it. Maybe we'll post a picture on social media at dictionarypod. Okay, I gotta come up with a sound effect. Why? I don't like that one. Boom, 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 boom. Sure. Divination is next. Noun from the 14th century. 1. The art or practice that seeks to foresee or foretell future events or discover hidden knowledge, usually by the interpretation of omens or by the aid of supernatural powers. Is there any legitimacy to this word? I don't know about that, but I do kind of want to put a link in the show notes where you can learn more about divination. You can learn about future events, hidden knowledge. What sort of hidden knowledge can we learn about? I want to know hidden knowledge. Omens, supernatural powers. I also want supernatural powers. Who doesn't want those? Number 2, unusual insight or intuitive perception. So this seems a little bit more subtle. It's not so much about supernatural powers or literally being psychic or things like that. But, I've heard a lot of stories from people that, they intuit things. They're like, I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen, and then it does, or something good, or things like that. So, there may be something to this. Whether or not people can turn invisible or fly or shoot fireballs from their eyeballs is a whole other thing. Divinatory or divinatory or divinatory, that is an adjective. And the etymology is not helpful. I want to do some divination. Let's learn all the secret tricks of the universe. What was my sound effect? Boom, 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 boom. The next word is divine. First form, adjective from the 14th century. I have to shout out the actress. I guess it would be the actress who was in some John Waters movies named Divine. I don't know if I ever really saw her in action, but I know I've heard some stories. 1A for divine. Of, relating to, or proceeding directly from God or a God. A God or God. What's the difference? Which one's right? As in divine love. Is this love God's love for other things, or is this a love that comes from God or feels like it comes from the heavens, Something like that, but something related to God. And of course, I'm going to say the word. Some people might bleep it out, but I'm going to say it because it's just a word. Whatever you feel about it, it's a word. 1b, being a deity, as in the divine savior. So it's an adjective. You're describing the person, the thing, as being a deity. 1c, directed to a deity, as in divine worship. So it's worship that I guess is worshiping a deity. 2a, supremely good. The synonym is superb, as in the pie, the pie was divine. It feels like it came from the heavens. It was made by the gods with divine love. The special ingredient is divine love. This isn't even worthy for humans. It's only worthy for the divine. But we humans, we get to eat it. 2b, the synonyms are heavenly and godlike. Divinely is an adverb. This is obviously a divine podcast. It's come from the heavens, and it is godlike. This is from the Latin Deus, which means God. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. The next word is the second form of divine, noun from the 14th century. Number 1 synonym is clergymen. They're the people who are working in like the churches and the things, and so they were maybe supposedly chosen by God to work there. Number 2 synonym is theologian. Theologian. I think this would be somebody who studies the divine, the gods, the religions, those kinds of things. Boop, 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 boop. The third form of divine is a verb from the 14th century, starting with transitive 1. To discover by intuition or insight, the synonym is infer, as in divine the truth. So, yeah, this is similar to divination, where you're able to you have unusual insight, intuitive perception, and so the act of doing that task is divine. You're divining some things. 2, to discover or locate, usually by means of I think it's divining or divining rod, and I always mix up the pronunciation there, and I think it will show me here. So, I mean, the word is divine, so you'd think it would be divining rod, and I think that might be right, but I feel like I've also heard divining, and it doesn't give me a pronunciation, so unfortunately I can't tell you more. But we will see the actual divining rod later this episode. So you're using the divining rod to divine things, and what you might be discovering or locating is water or minerals underground. Oh, what was that movie? Minari? I think that's what it was called. I think they used a divining rod in there. I don't fully understand how this works, but supposedly people say that they can do this. I don't know. Okay, intransitive, number 1, to practice divination, the synonym is prophecy. So you can prophesize about things. You say, okay, I think coming up there's going to be, so next week I'm going to have to go to work. Okay, I am divining my future right now. I'm practicing divination. Number 2, to perceive intuitively. A synonym is the word foresee. So this is about seeing things in the future, or seeing things that you shouldn't be able to see, being able to feel the presence, know a thing that you shouldn't know otherwise. And, maybe some people can do it, most people can't. It's up for debate. Boop, 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 boop. The next word is divine liturgy. 2 words, first letters are capitalized, and liturgy is Liturgy. Noun from 1640. The Eucharistic rite of Eastern churches. I can't add any more to that. Next is divine office. Also 2 words, first letters are capitalized. Noun from the 15th century. The office for the canonical hours of prayer that priests and religious say daily. The priests and religious? Religious? Religious, that seems like the wrong word here. But I guess they do this thing daily, and it's during the canonical hours of prayer. Boop, 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 boop. Next is diviner. Noun from the 14th century. 1. A person who practices divination, and the synonym is soothsayer, which is all one word. And you gotta wait until the S's to learn what that is. But basically, it's all about somebody who's doing the divination clearly, and they maybe have intuitive perception. They're able to see the stuff that they can't see. They say things about the sooths. I don't know what that word means. I can't wait to find out the etymology of that. 2 for diviner. A person who divines the location of water or minerals. So the diviner is divining with a divining rod. Boop, 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 boop. Next is divine right. 2 words. The second word is R-I-G-H-T, like the Bill of Rights. Noun from circa 1600. The right of a sovereign to rule as set forth by the theory of government that holds that a monarch receives the right to rule directly from God and not from the people. So, just to simplify this a little bit, it's basically saying that anybody who is a monarch, a king, a queen, a prince, a princess, etc., has been given that position by God. And I personally have a little bit of a situation with this. It's very debatable. And I just feel like in these modern times, the fact that we still have monarchs in these situations because of something like this that cannot be proved by science is a little hard for me to fathom. It's a little tough for me. I've had that thought of like, what makes these people different? Why are they in that situation? Who said that they would be the ones who sat on the throne? And of course, it's changed hands. Sometimes there's a king, and then somebody else comes in, and then they're the king. It's the whole Game of Thrones thing. Who's going to sit on the throne? So, I guess if that second person murders the one who's on the throne or takes the throne in some way, that they would say that God has been the one who said that they should take control now. But so then there's nothing really about the lineage. There's nothing about parent to child to child. It's like, I don't know. It's just it's a weird one for me. I'm a not religious person. I am very spiritual, not religious. So it's just a little much for my brain to handle. Just seems like an excuse for people to be in a position of power and be kind of greedy. The next word is divine service. 2 words. Noun from the 14th century. A service of Christian worship, specifically such a service that is not sacramental in character. I don't know what that means. The next word. Oh, this is totally different. Boop, 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 boop. Diving beetle. 2 words. Noun from circa 1889. Any of several predatory aquatic beetles that breathe while submerged using air trapped under their elytra. Oh, I think I have heard about these. Maybe not with these beetles, but I think spiders I've heard that when they go under, they create a little air pocket so they can still breathe using that thing. It's so fascinating. The family name is ditzy. D-Y-T-I-S-C-I-D-A-E. I don't know how to say that word. Ditzydae. And they're diving beetles, and maybe we got to post a picture of one of them under the water breathing like a happy little beetle. Bo, 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 bo. Next is diving bell. 2 words. Noun from 1661. A diving apparatus consisting of a container open only at the bottom and supplied with compressed air by a hose. And I think we will have to post a picture of this on social media as well, because it's a thing to look at. Now, I don't remember. This might be a whole big contraption that somebody gets inside of so they can go. I don't think this is the suit that somebody gets in. I think it's literally possibly shaped like a bell, and then there's a hose that comes out the bottom, so it goes up to the top, and then they push the air in so somebody can still breathe. We're not as cool as the diving beetle. We need some help by the diving bell. Bo, 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 bo. Next is diving board. 2 words. Board is B-O-A-R-D. Noun from 1891. The synonym is springboard. Because usually the diving board is springy, so you can get some good hops on it when you're bouncing at the end of it. There are diving boards that don't move, though. They're just static. I think they use those maybe in the Olympics or something. I don't know. What would you call that? Is that a different kind of board? Springboard number 1. Maybe springboard number 2 is something, but it doesn't have a spring. I don't know. Boom, 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 boom. Next is diving duck. 2 words, noun from 1813, and yes, this is the quack, quack duck. Any of various ducks, as a bufflehead, that frequent deep waters and obtain their food by diving. I love that there is a duck called the bufflehead. And so I guess this is not just one kind of duck, but lots of kinds of ducks that do this. How deep do they dive? Maybe we got to put a link in the show notes for diving duck so we can all learn how deep does a diving duck dive. Wait, what? It's like the woodchuck thing. How deep does a diving duck... No, wait, what? How deep does a diving duck dive when a diving duck dives deep down? That was a good one. Try and say that once. How deep does a diving duck dive when a diving duck dives down... Oh, crap. How deep does a diving duck dive when a diving duck dives down deep? Oh, baby. I just made up a tongue twister. The next word. Bo, 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 bo. Diving suit. 2 words. Suit is S-U-I-T. Noun from 1908. A waterproof suit with a removable helmet that is worn by a diver who is supplied with air pumped through a tube. So I believe this would be, 1908. Diving bell was 1661. They figured out how to dive down deep like a diving duck almost 400 years ago. But then later, 250 years later, they figured out how they could make a much smaller suit so somebody could actually walk around. Oh, these old suits, they look so funny. They're so big and bulky with a big old helmet. Yeah, we got to post a picture of a diving suit also. I just want to get in one of those and see what it was like. Ooh, but there are horror stories that if they got because they were down so low, the pressure was so strong, so much pressure that if there was a little bit of a leak, that the pressure would get to them and then the person did not make it. Okay, the last word. Bo, 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 bo. Divining rod. D-I-V-I-N-I-N-G. Next word, R-O-D. Noun from 1751. A forked rod believed to indicate the presence of water or minerals, especially by dipping downward when held over a vein. So I think the vein here is talking about a vein of water. like a little trickle of water or something. It's like a little branch of a bigger waterway, I guess, all underground. And I think it's like 2 sticks. It says forked rod. I think people do it with two rods too. I could be wrong. And then it's like, I think that it moves when you put it over water or minerals. It moves in some way. So like, oh, there's water or minerals down below. Let's go dive deep to get it. It's a fascinating thing. Maybe we'll post a picture on social media and maybe a link in the show notes so you can see what it looks like. Those were all of the words. That was such a fun time. We had today DV, divination, divine, 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 divine liturgy, divine office, diviner, divine right, divine service, diving beetle, diving bell, diving board, diving duck, diving suit, diving rod. I mean, I think divination, I love the idea of that. Foresight, perception, intuition. I like that. But, I don't know if any of it's actually true. I just question all of it. I also really love diving duck because of that wonderful tongue twister that I made up. I think, diving suit, diving bell, those were, big, important things in science. Really, really fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff. What am I going to pick? It's either going to be divination or diving duck, to be honest with you. Let's pick divination as the word of the episode. And we'll sing a little song that goes something like this. The art or practice that seeks to foresee or foretell future events or discover hidden knowledge, usually by the interpretation of omens or by the aid of supernatural powers. And then we can also say, how deep does a diving duck dive when a diving duck dives down deep? Good job. Thank you very much for listening. Sorry, I have some errands and things to do. I got a movie to see. I already got tickets. I got to run and go do other things before that. So it was a little bit of a quick episode, but I think we had some really good stuff in there. Oh, it was a good one. Real quick, was there a movie that I was going to mention? I think I skipped one that I saw. Oh, I forgot to bring up this page. To Leslie. This is, okay, alcohol is bad. That's what the movie is trying to say. It says it's based on true events. At the very least, I think it's basically based on the fact that a lot of people have won the lottery and then their life has gone to shit. And that's a more common thing that I think any of us would like to believe or are aware of. So, but yeah, it's a really good story and it's heart-wrenching, but the acting is fantastic and worth a watch. Okay, that's all for today. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I am Spencer, and I am reading the dictionary to you and telling you the things that I think. It's like what's the dictionary like through the lens of Spencer's eyes and brain? Hey, if you could rate and review this show, that would make me so happy, and I think it would make you really happy too. It's all about the giving and not the receiving. If you want to follow this show on social media, Instagram and Twitter at dictionarypod, email is dictionarypod@gmail.com. You can join the Patreon for as little as $1 a month to get early episodes or exclusives if you go up a tier or higher. The link is in the show notes for that. There's a Google Voice number in the show notes if you want to call it and leave a message, and then maybe I'll play it in a show. You can buy merchandise. The TeePublic link is in the show notes. You can follow me on social media at Speejampar, SPEJAMPAR, and the TikTok for that is mostly dictionary stuff. So it's me reading the first word, the first definition, less than 60 seconds, and I always put some sort of filtery thing on the face to make it just silly. This show is all about the silly. Don't take it too seriously. I like to make jokes and be funny, but I know it doesn't always come through, and sometimes we have to get serious because, we're talking about basically all the words in the English language, and they're not always fun, happy words. That's just the way this goes. I think, let's see, Jonah and Tom made the theme songs. I alternate between them each episode. Go check out the music that they make. And I don't know if there's anything else to say other than the first word in this episode is divinity. D-I-V-I-N-I-T-Y. Noun from the 14th century. Of course, this is tagging on to the other divine-related words that we had in the previous episode. Number 1, the synonym is theology. I don't know... I think I mentioned it in the previous episode. It's the study of divine things, the gods, the goddesses, the religions, anything sort of related to that. It's the study of, I don't know the specific definition. We can't look ahead. We can't go to the T's to tell you right now. That would be against everything I stand for, clearly. But yeah, it's like, What is the other stuff going on over there that's not in this real world? I think it's an interesting study. I don't think I will ever study it, but it's an interesting topic. Number 2, when I get to the T's, when I get to that word, I should have a theologist on if I can do that. Start thinking now, everybody. Give me some suggestions. 2, the quality or state of being divine is divinity. 3 is often capitalized, so there's a few sub-definitions here that would be all capitalized. So the general definition for 3 is a divine being. Just any divine being is divinity with a capital D. As, more specifically, 3A, the number 1 definition for the word God. I wonder what that says. Ooh, that's going to be a big old topic when we get there. 3B1 is the number 2 definition for the word God. And 3B2 is the synonym is the word goddess. So 2 definitions for the word God and the word goddess. All of those can also just be called divinity with a capital D. And I don't think I've ever heard divinity used in that way as like the divine being, a divine being. Yeah. 4. We're taking this into a whole new route. Fudge, made of whipped egg whites, sugar, and nuts. Divinity? There is a fudge called divinity? Well, I don't eat the egg or the dairy. I'm sure there's dairy in this, so if I can find a vegan version of this divinity fudge, I am definitely going to have to try that. Ooh, that sounds amazing. Okay, moving on. We have one more divine-related word, and then we're talking about other things. So the sound effect today is going to be boop, whoop, boop. The next word is divinity school. 2 words, noun from circa 1555. A professional school having a religious curriculum, especially for ministerial candidates. So these are people who want to become ministers, and they mostly study religion. Do they also have to teach them things like English and history and social studies and political science and algebra? And do they go to gym class? Is there a gym class at divinity school? What do you do in gym class? I don't know. You have to do jumping jacks while saying some Hail Marys or something. If there's sports, they do a Hail Mary every single time they play football. What's divinity school like? Not a place that I would want to go to, but yeah. Divinity school, that's all I got for that one. Beep, beep, beep. The next word is divisible. Divisible, adjective from the 15th century, capable of being divided, as in a number divisible by 3. Divisibility is a noun. It's not invisibility. That's a whole other thing. Divisible. Can you have a divisibility cloak that when you put it on, you are able to be divided? You split in two when you put on the divisibility cloak. Okay, so a number divisible by 3. I want to chat about this for a second. Any number, technically, is divisible by 3. But what they mean here, when you see divisible like that, you mean what number is divisible by another number where the answer that you get is going to be a whole number. It's not going to have a fraction or a decimal or be a part of a number or be anything weird like that. You know, decimals and fractions, those are called weird numbers. That's a joke. That's not the technical term. We're looking for a whole number. So a number divisible by 3, let's say 9. That's a real easy example. It's divisible by 3 because when you divide 9 by 3, you get 3. It's a whole number. The number 27 is also divisible by 3 because when you do that, you get the answer 9. 9 times 3 is 27. Okay, 22 is technically divisible by 3, but I think it's like 7.3 repeating. It's 7 1/3. And that's a wonderful number, but not usually what we're looking for. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, the next word is the word division, and we have so many definitions here. So many. Noun. From the 14th century, there are 11 main definitions, and then there's a bunch of A's and B's and even some C's and D's. So, 1A for division. The act or process of dividing. The state of being divided. Are you in a state of being divided? If somebody chops off your arm, you are in a state of division. 1B. The act, process, or an instance of distributing among a number. And the synonym there is distribution. 1C is obsolete. A method of arranging or disposing. And who or what is being arranged or disposed? Troops. You can arrange or dispose of your troops, and that's a division. Now, I feel like I have heard of there's divisions in military groups, right? I'm in the 21st division. Is that right? No, I don't know. Maybe not. Because it says it's obsolete. I thought maybe this was still maybe they don't use it anymore, or maybe the way that they do use it is different than what this one is saying. I don't know. Maybe we'll see military related here again. Number 2. One of the parts or groupings into which a whole is divided or is divisible. So when a thing is divided into pieces, let's come up with another food example. A donut. Let's just talk about a donut. When you divide it into 4 pieces, each one of those is a division because it's just one of the parts of the whole thing. 3. The condition or an instance of being divided in opinion or interest. The synonyms are disagreement and disunity, as in, exploited the divisions between the two countries. So it's the condition or an instance of being divided. So let's see, there's maybe a country has, or 2 countries in this case, they are divisions because they disagree on things, or it could be one country and it's been split in 2 or more places and those places don't agree with the other places. The condition is being divided in opinion. Exploited the divisions between the 2 countries. So yeah, in this context, Ukraine and Russia, that's still going on when I'm recording this in early February of 2023. They definitely have some disagreements. So there's a big division between the 2 countries. 4A. Something that divides, separates, or marks off. So I guess this is the thing that does the division as well. Like a knife could be a division, or maybe it's like a line. Maybe if you're drawing a line between some things on a piece of paper, that line would be the division. The division mark, possibly. 4B, the act, process, or an instance of separating or keeping apart. The synonym is separation. 5. The mathematical operation of dividing something is division. You got the addition, you got the subtraction, multiplication, and division. Those are the 4 basic methods of how to do mathy things with numbers. Division is the opposite of multiplication. It's a very good thing to learn. If you don't know it, I suggest you learn it. 6A, a self-contained major military unit, here we go, capable of independent action. So this is probably the one that I was thinking about before, where it's like, yeah, there's a division. They divide this military groups into smaller sections. So in this one, it's self-contained, so they can just do whatever the hell they want. And they independent action. They think on their own. They don't need somebody telling them what to do, I guess. 6B, a tactical military unit composed of headquarters and usually 3 to 5 brigades. So, tactical, that probably means they're super fancy in some way, maybe high level of some kind. I don't know the exact definition in terms of military. But yeah, they got a headquarters, so they got maybe some offices where people can do some things, and 3 to 5 brigades. So maybe those are like subdivisions of this division. Yeah, that's fine. 6C1, the basic naval administrative unit is a division. 6C2, a tactical subdivision of a squadron of ships. 6D, so clearly all the number 6s are military related. This is the last one of those. 6D, a unit in the U.S. Air Force higher than a wing and lower than an Air Force. I don't know nothing about what these are. Higher than a wing and lower than an Air Force. So do people get called like wing or Air Force or division? Or it's maybe there's a wing? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know nothing about those. We just watched Top Gun Maverick, and I guess what they say is that they're all part of the Navy. But we're like, but they're in planes, so wouldn't they be part of the Air Force? But I think they're part of the Navy because they get on the boats and the planes go off of the boats, so that's why. But would they be like partially part of the Air Force? I don't really know how that works. 7A, a portion of a territorial unit marked off for a particular purpose. What purpose might that be? Administrative or judicial functions. 7B, an administrative or operating unit of a governmental business or educational organization. So an administrative unit of a governmental organization, a business organization, or an educational organization. Yeah, they need different divisions. Lots administrative. So there could be an HR division. There's probably some sort of accounts payable division that deals with the money going in and going out. Lots of things like that. 8, the physical separation into different lobbies of the members of a parliamentary body voting for and against a question. That's a division. 9, plant propagation by dividing parts and planting segments capable of producing roots and shoots. Roots and shoots and roots and shoots. Oh, that's got to be a band name or something like that. The Roots and the Shoots. By dividing parts and planting segments. So I think, yeah, if you cut off a piece of a plant, you make a division, then you can plant that, and it will create roots and shoots and boots and I couldn't think of another thing. Boots and toots into the ground, and then it will grow. I do know that there are some plants where you can do that. You literally just cut off a piece and plant it somewhere else, and it's a division of the original plant, and it'll keep growing. Roots and shoots and boots and toots. Number 10, a group of organisms forming part of a larger group, specifically a primary category of the plant kingdom in biological taxonomy that is typically equivalent to a phylum. So maybe I should put a link in the show notes or just list them out into the show notes where it shows all the different things. So there's, like we said, the division and the phylum and the kingdom, and there's like order and suborder and genus and family, but I don't remember the order of those things. There's a mnemonic device that you can use, but I don't remember what it was. It doesn't help if you don't remember the mnemonic device in the first place. You're supposed to remember that part. 11, a competitive class or category, as in boxing or wrestling. I think there's like 21 different divisions: lightweight, featherweight, middleweight, heavyweight, super duper heavy guys and gals. I don't know them. That's all I know of. I think that last one was fake. A synonym is the word part. It's just a part of a thing is a division. Divisional is an adjective. This is from the Latin dividere, which means to divide. Moving on to the next word. Boop, boop, boop. Divisionism. That's an interesting word, divisionism. Noun from 1901. The synonym, this is fascinating. The synonym is pointillism. Point, then the letters ILLISM, and I believe that is the type of painting where you just put little dots of paint over and over again, and you create this really cool thing from a lot of dots. And of course, there's the famous Sunday in the Park by Georges Seurat, I believe. It's a big painting at the Chicago Art Institute, and divisionism. It's also called divisionism. Divisionist is a noun or an adjective. Oh, and I don't think I said this. It's often capitalized. I might have missed that. Divisionism. You have to say divisionism. Boop, 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 boop. Division of labor. 3 words, from 1776. It doesn't say if it's a noun or anything. It's just the division of labor. It is the breakdown of labor into its components and their distribution among different persons, groups, or machines to increase productive efficiency. So it makes more sense. I believe this is what it's saying, that let's say you gotta make a car, and instead of having each person know every single part of how to make the car from the beginning to the end, the soup to the nuts, they break it out into divisions. So the first group of people makes the tires or whatever, and then the next group of people does one thing. So they're specialized in what they do. So breakdown of, that's one way to think of it. I don't know if that's entirely correct. I'm sure that there are other ways, but basically the idea is you're dividing up the labor into different ways based on whatever it is that the people are doing, the workers are working. Beep, beep, beep. Division sign is next. 2 words, noun from circa 1934. We didn't get the division sign until 1934? Or maybe they didn't call it a division sign until then. What did they call it before? Okay, number 1, the symbol, and then it shows a symbol, used to indicate division. And the symbol looks like, you've probably seen it. It's a horizontal line in the middle. That's the line that goes from left to right, not top to down, left to right. And then there's a dot above the line and below the line. And the dots are centered above and below the line, which is my sound effect, which I'm not going to do now because we're not ready to move to the next word. It's the standard division sign. This is also the symbol that we've seen a few times in this book when there is a pronunciation that is kind of abnormal. They'll put the division sign is to say that it's not typically used this way, but some people do use it. Number 2, the slash used to indicate a fraction. And the slash is it's almost a vertical line. It's mostly vertical. I think you would call this one a forward slash because the top of it is leaning to the right, which is kind of like forward in English cultures. Different cultures will, some places like in Hebrew, they read right to left. And so in their brains, that might be considered a backslash. But in our brains, we go left to right. So it's a forward slash. It's more towards the right on the top and more towards the left on the bottom. Now, we use this to indicate a fraction like 1 over 2. Like if I'm typing a half on my keyboard, I'm going to write 1/2. But you can also use this to say divide this first number by this second number. And in Excel or your calculator on your computer or other things that use like formulas, you would use this character, this keyboard button, to actually have the computer or the thing do the math for you using that symbol. Okay. Beep, boop, beep. Divisive or divisive or divisive. Adjective from 1642, creating disunity or dissension, as in a divisive issue. Yeah, some people say divisive, some people say divisive. I've heard both. I think I prefer divisive. I don't know why. Divisive just sounds a little weird to me, but it's perfectly fine. And there's so many divisive issues. If anything, if you got two people, there's a pretty good chance you're going to find some sort of issue that they don't agree on. Nah, not necessarily, but people don't agree on everything. Divisively is an adverb, and divisiveness is a noun. And of course, both of those could also be, say, divisively or divisiveness, but, Spencer's brain doesn't like that way. Beep, beep, beep. Divisor is next. Divisor, noun from the 15th century. The number by which a dividend is divided. The divisor is the number by which a dividend is divided. So I believe what this is saying, if I remember my words correct, the dividend is divided by the divisor. So if you do 9 divided by 3, does that mean that the dividend is the number 9, in which a dividend is divided, by the divisor. So 3 is the divisor and 9 is the dividend. I believe that is correct. It's the number that's doing the dividing. That might not be helpful. Next. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Oh, I screwed it up. Okay, the next word is the last word. We got 2 forms. We could probably talk about this a lot, but I try to keep my chatter down. First form of the word divorce, or some people say divorce. You emphasize the second syllable, so it's divorce. I just say divorce. Noun from the 14th century. 1. The action or an instance of legally dissolving a marriage. The marriage is all done, and in the legal world, you gotta go through a divorce if you want it to be legal. People can be married and separate and never actually get a divorce, and then that's gonna be weird for all your legal things. Number 2, separation. The synonyms are separation or severance, as in divorce of the secular and the spiritual. So we want to create a separation between the secular, which is more of the religious side of things, and the spiritual, which is Similar but different. There's no religion based on that. That's a real basic description of those words, I guess. So the etymology is from the Latin verb. There's a couple of verbs, divertere or divortere, and that means to divert, or it also means to leave one's husband. That's very specific. Divortere. Which is kind of odd because the phrase to leave one's husband is kind of odd because I think largely in olden times, even relatively recently, the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and before, it was usually the other way around. Like a woman would not be able to divorce from their husband. It was always the husband who said, okay, I want a divorce, if they were going to get divorced at all. But of course, that has changed. Now, I'm sure that in some cultures or at certain times, a woman could leave her husband. I don't know of the specifics about that. But just generally, you don't think of it going that way in history. And the last word, beep, boop, boop. It's the second form of divorce verb from the 15th century, starting with transitive. 1a, to end marriage with by divorce. And the example of who are you ending this marriage with? It's one spouse. If you are legally married, you're two spouses, and then you're ending that marriage by divorce, you are divorcing. As in, she divorced her husband. 1b, to dissolve the marriage contract between. As in, they were divorced last year. 2. To make or keep separate. The synonym is separate. So, as in, divorce church from state. And of course, that could also be used with spouses, with people. They might get a separation. They might separate before they get a divorce. That's often how things are done. But yes, you also definitely want to divorce church from state. Not a lot of people are very good about that. But, that's basically separating what you believe spiritually or religiously from the political side of things, where it's like, maybe they shouldn't go hand in hand. Maybe people shouldn't be making decisions based on what they personally believe, like God or how to treat people, and they should just do things for just what's real and just the people that are there, all the people. Okay, intransitive is to obtain a divorce. The synonym for all is, of course, the word separate. And divorcement is a noun. Divorcement. I don't think I've ever heard of that. All right, well, briefly we can say, I wonder, let me just take a quick look here. All right, let's do this. Let's reread the words. We had divinity, divinity school, divisible, division, divisionism, division of labor, division sign, divisive, divisor, divorce, and divorce. And as you may have figured out, I am going to pick divorce as the word of the episode. It's a very weird topic because we generally have negative connotations to this word, but I feel like I've heard people say this. It's always the best option. I mean, has anybody said, I mean, I'm sure it has happened. Did they wish they didn't get a divorce? If people are getting a divorce, there's usually a very, very good reason for it. There could be a whole variety of reasons why people go through a divorce, and it's a very hard thing to go through. It's sad and can be sad and depressing, and it can be financially draining and legally, and lots of stress around it. It doesn't have to be so bad. It depends on the people, but pretty much all the time, it's for the best. I have been through this. My wife has been through this. Luckily, we both were divorced from people who are fantastic people and who I think we both still love very much, but it just didn't make sense for us to be with them anymore, and vice versa. It didn't make sense for them to be with us anymore, but they were both incredibly important people in our lives and helped to make us who we are today, and we were able to find each other And we are grateful for the other person in their life to have helped create this person that we love. So, a lot of people go through divorces. Legally, it has been made much easier to get a divorce over the past 50 years or so. My grandpa was a divorce lawyer. He ended up doing a lot of work as a mediator and representing the kids in a divorce situation, which I think is amazing and fantastic. And he was really good at his job, highly, highly respected in the Chicago area. And he actually helped me with my divorce, which made our lives so much easier. I'm so grateful for that. And luckily, my divorce was very amicable. Obviously, that's as much information as I'm going to give to you people because, that's personal stuff. But yeah, it was for the best. And I'm very happy for my ex-wife. And I think she's doing great. And I'm doing great. And we're all doing great. So, sometimes relationships just don't work out, and you got to get a divorce if you are legally married. All right, that's enough about that, other than we'll sing divorce. Let's all get divorces. Let's everybody go get divorces. No, that's a silly, silly joke. We're just trying to have fun with these serious topics. Okay, that is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. I am Spencer. I am your humble host for this podcast. And this is a very special episode. There's no guest, although there probably will be a guest tomorrow. That's going to be a weird one. But we are finishing the DI section. Let's see, we've done DIV for a handful of episodes. We're going to finish DIV, move on to DIX, DIY, which is actually a word, DIZ, and then a bunch of consonants. So that's going to be weird. Weird and fun, just like this podcast. All right, so the first word in this episode is divorcee, or divorcee, or divorcee, or divorcee. D-I-V-O-R-S-E. Oops, no, it is not an S. It is a C. I'm very dumb. And the E at the end has an accent that goes boop. This is a noun from 1877, and it is a divorced man. And we're going to move right to the next word. The sound effect is going to be wah, 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 wah. I don't know if that's accurate, but we'll just do it. So the next word is pronounced, I think, all the same ways. Divorcee, 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 divorcee. But the only difference is the spelling. There's an added E at the very end after the one with the accent. And this is a noun from 1813. 64 years earlier? It's a divorced woman. A divorced man is without the extra E. The divorced woman has the extra E. And I don't know why there's such a huge difference between the years. That's a huge difference. That's kind of fascinating. This is French, from the French verb divorcer, which means to divorce. So yeah, somebody who's divorced is a divorcee. That's it. The next word is divot. D-I-V-O-T, noun from 1586. One is Scottish, and it is a square of turf or sod. It's a divot. Now, yeah, that's very different from what I think of, which I think is going to be the next one. But yes, just a square. Maybe it's like, how big is this square? Is it 1 foot by 1 foot, 1 meter by 1 meter? I don't know. It's just a square of turf or sod. Number 2 is a loose piece of turf. And the example is one dug from a golf fairway as making a shot. So that also could be Scottish because golf was invented in Scotland. So when you're swinging your club and you got that big flat metal piece at the end, if you hit it a little too low, you're going to take a big old divot out of the turf or sod or grass or whatever it is that's down there. And it might go flying, depending on how bad it is, how hard you hit it. That little piece of dirt is going to go flying. Oh, piece of dirt. So that's a divot, and it creates a big old hole. That's the divot that I think of. And so I guess the original term was the turf that you were taking a divot out of. That was a divot. And so I wonder what the conversations were like. Like the first person who hit the chunk of turf out of there, you hit the divot, you smacked the divot went flying, and then they created a divot at the same time. The next word is divulge or divulge. Transitive verb from the 15th century. Number 1 is archaic. To make public, and the synonym is proclaim. You're going out there to the public, either literally on the streets or the sidewalk, or maybe these days it's in social media somehow. Maybe you're writing an article. You are divulging some information. You are making it public. You're telling people about this very, very secret stuff that you are divulging. But this is archaic. I mean, that still seems pretty accurate to me. But number 2 is a bit more specific to what we think of these days, which is to make known as a confidence or secret. So it's all about something that has been secret for a while that nobody knows about, and you are making it known to the world. You are proclaiming it, and it is now public. A synonym is the word reveal. Yeah, that definitely connotes some feelings of, ooh, we are not supposed to know this secret thing. Divulgence is a noun. Let's see. So this is from the Latin divulgare, which is from dis plus vulgare, or vulgare, if you're going to pronounce the V sound, and that means to make known. Vulgare is to make known, and that is from vulgus, V-U-L-G-U-S, vulgus, and that means mob. So like a mob of people? I don't know, that seems kind of interesting. I can't connect that in my brain. All right, next word. I'm trying to do a sound because there's a music thing coming up, but I don't know if I'm doing it right. Let's try something else. Okay, the next word is divvy. D-I-V-V-Y. It's a transitive verb from 1877, but I don't think in the 1800s they had divvy bikes that everybody could go and borrow and ride around for a while. That's a new thing. But, so, you'll learn now maybe why they picked the name for that company. The synonyms are divide and share. So it's literally dividing a troop of bikes to the people, to the masses, and they're all sharing them. That's what it's all about. You're divvying it up, breaking apart the pieces of bread, sharing it with the people who are hungry. Yeah, this is usually used with the word up. Divvy up. Divvy up those tasty morsels of bread. Yep, it just comes from divide. That was the last DIV word. Here we go with ditzy, capital D-I-X-I-E. It's a trademark used for a paper cup, Dixie cups. That's like the standard. We don't even know what those paper cups are called. We just call them Dixie cups. Oh, I definitely remember those from when I was little. Those little tiny cups, perfect for a child's hands, and they maybe have cartoon characters running around the outside of the cup in a never-ending cycle. Dixiecrat is next, still with a capital D. Noun from 1948, a dissident Southern Democrat. specifically a supporter of a 1948 presidential ticket opposing the civil rights stand of the Democrats. And Dixiecratic is an adjective. So a dissident Southern Democrat is a Democrat in the South, but they sound like they're not agreeing with the rest of the Democrats, right? Is that what it's saying? I think we need to put a little bit more information in the show notes. Was this a word that was very specific to the time of the late 40s? And Dixie, it didn't say it in here, but we definitely think of the South or parts of the South to be considered Dixie, or Dixieland. Dixieland. Still with a capital D. Yeah, the South is the Dixieland where this stuff happens, and that's why the Dixiecrat is the Southern Democrat. Okay, Dixieland, noun from 1927. We've almost reached the 100-year anniversary of Dixieland. Jazz music in duple time, usually played by a small band and characterized by ensemble and solo improvisation. This is fantastic music. I think we need to post what are we doing? We're putting a clip, some Dixieland music, a clip of it into the show here, and it's just so much fun music. I love it. I don't know how to sing it, but let's listen to it. Dixieland music. I don't know if I've really played much. I mean, I was in a jazz band in junior high, high school, little college. I don't know if I literally played any Dixieland music, but it is very good, fun stuff. It says it's probably from the name of this jazz band called the Original Dixieland Jazz Band. The Original Dixieland Jazz Band. So I guess maybe was Dixieland already the name of the area, and then that band played this type of music that they're like, ooh, that's the music of the place. It's Dixieland. And how does it go? I don't know how to sing it off the top of my head. I need to hear an example. The next word is, so that was the last of the DIX, those 3 DIX words. Here we go with DIY. There's only one, and the word is DIY. All caps. Noun from 1955. The synonym is just do it yourself, which I believe will be coming up in the next few episodes, probably. More than a few. Do it yourself. Do it at home. Oh, this has been a huge thing probably in the last 10 years. It's, DIY this and DIY that. And you watch those home shows and they'll teach you how to DIY, do it yourself, so you don't need to pay somebody else to do it, although you might not do as good of a job. I try not to do anything myself, if I can avoid it. The next word is the first of the DIZs. It is dizen or dizen. Yeah, it's just spelled like it sounds. DIZEN. Transitive verb from 1619. It is archaic, and the synonym is bedizen. Bedizen, I feel like. So we added a BE? Yeah, a BED to the beginning. I feel like we need to find this word back in the B's. Bedizen? Here we go. To dress or adorn gaudily. It's in a gaudy way. So dizen, I guess, is just the older way to say bedizen. Now we put a BE before things. Bedazzle, bedizen. Those are pretty much the same. So it says it's from the earlier, would you say dizen or Dyson? It's with an S instead of a Z, and that means to dress a distaff with flax. And I think that's the tool that they would use when they were making the yarn and those kinds of things. Flax, yeah, that would be the material that was used, I guess. You're putting the flax on the distaff, so you were dizening, and then it became this whole other thing, to dress gaudily. And I think distaff is also just a word for a woman from back then. So weird. Not really weird, just to my brain. Next is dizygotic. Dizygotic, or dizygous. Dizygotic or dizygous. Adjective from 1916. This is talking about twins, and it's just the number 2 definition for the word fraternal. So fraternal twins are twins that were born at the same time. They were growing, being fetuses at the same time, but they came from 2 separate eggs. So they're fraternal. They're not identical twins, which would be one egg splitting into 2 little tiny beings. So the name, sorry, my throat got all weird. The word, it doesn't give etymology here, but the di means 2, and zygotic, the zygotes, those are the tiny little, that's what they call them when they're like just starting to be fertilized, I guess. There's 2 of them, 2 separate ones. Dixieland music time from the brain. I don't know why I put so much wah-wah on all this. Wah-wah. The next word is dizzy. D-I-Z-Z-Y. First form from adjective from before the 12th century. Number 1 synonyms are foolish and silly. It's so foolish and silly to be dizzy. I wonder when this one was used mostly, maybe around the 12th century time. 2A. Having a whirling sensation in the head with a tendency to fall. I don't know why. That is such a great definition. Having a whirling sensation in the head with a tendency to fall. I'm dizzy. Well, you were dizzy because you were spinning, and you may fall because you are dizzy. Oh, this is such a weird feeling. 2B, it just is mentally confused. Oh, I'm feeling so dizzy because I don't understand the words that you're saying to me. 3A, causing giddiness or mental confusion, as in dizzy heights. Well, I don't think dizzy heights is going to give most people giddiness, but it might cause some mental confusion. I think that example is really just for one of those parts. 3B, caused by or marked by giddiness. I think of giddiness as being very happy, and I don't think of dizzy being that. That's just the way my brain works, or my context of the word dizzy. I don't have the giddy context for dizzy. Giddy and dizzy, they don't make sense to me. 3C, extremely rapid, as in prices climbing at a dizzy rate. Now, I would say dizzying with an ing, but it doesn't say that. It just says dizzy rate. It's so fast. It's extremely rapid. Prices going up and up. I feel like we're living through that right now. Everything is so expensive. Dizzily is an adverb, and dizziness is a noun. This is from Middle English, dizzy with one S, from Old English, dysig, D-Y-S-I-G, which means stupid, akin to the Old High German tusig, which also means stupid. I have definitely been dizzy many times when I was more younger. I don't remember the last time I got dizzy by spinning. There was one time, God, this was so stupid. I was in junior high, and it was at night. I was getting ready. We had like a music recital, and they were like solos too, so it wasn't like the whole band was playing. So some of us were going up on the stage in the auditorium in front of all these people to play songs, and I only lived a block and a half away from the school, so I had time to kill. And for some reason, I decided to just spin and spin and spin in my room until I felt so crappy. I think I almost threw up. I didn't quite get that far, but I did not feel good for a while. And I think we canceled. We called the school and said Spencer can't go because he was a dumb little kid and decided to spin around and get dizzy. And they were like, okay, fine. That was kind of disappointing. But then I waited it out and I felt better. So I went and they just put me later in the program because of my dumb spinning times. Oh, that was so silly. Okay, next word. The second form of dizzy is a transitive verb. I feel like I'm talking at a dizzy pace, but it's just how it's coming out, and I do have some things I got to do. So dizzy, the verb, dizzied or dizzying, those are the other forms. It's only transitive verb from 1501, 1, to make dizzy or giddy. I have made this podcast so dizzy and giddy, somehow. 2, the synonym is bewilder, as in disasters that dizzy the mind. I am getting a bit dizzied by the disasters that are happening. Just last night, there was a big old earthquake in Turkey, and I don't know, we've just been seeing so many things. I'm bewildered by all of this. Not really, though, because I know why it's happening. Dizzyingly is an adverb. Dizzyingly. All right, we made it. No more DI words. DI, and the next letter of the alphabet is DJ. First form, DJ. We go from DI to DJ. That's how this works. It's all capitalized. Noun from 1950, although it does say it's often not capitalized. That's interesting. It's just the synonym disc jockey, the one who is jockeying the discs, moving the records, the CDs. They don't even use those physical things anymore, mostly. It's all digital. Disc jockey. DJ. Okay, I got nothing else. Hey, Mr. DJ. I thought you said we had a deal.
I thought you said you scratch my back and I'll scratch your record, and I thought you said we had a deal.
The second form of DJ, this is an abbreviation, which I guess you could also say disc jockey. It's an abbreviation for disc jockey, but it just became its own word. So it's an abbreviation for 1, district judge. District, the judge for the district. 2, doctor of jurisprudence. And I think that would be in the legal world, right? They're a doctor of the judicial things, jurisprudence. And 3, dust jacket. Is this the dust jacket that you find on a vinyl, an LP, a record, a spinny disc? Dust jacket. The disc jockeys are jockeying the dust jackets, the DJs and the DJs. I don't know. Oh, next word. Okay, this one is different from all the other ones. It is pronounced jalaba. DJELLABA, or you can add an H at the end. Jalaba. Noun from 1919. It is a long, loose garment with full sleeves and a hood. And this is from the Arabic word jalaba, jalabia. I don't know how to pronounce that, but maybe we should post a picture on the social media at dictionarypod of a jalaba, because I would assume that most listeners here have never seen one. They don't know what it is, just like me. DJELLABA. The next word is DJIA, all caps, abbreviation for Dow Jones Industrial Average. That has to do with the stocks. The next word is gin. Now, you can spell it DJINN or DJINNI, which I would assume would be Ginny, but it doesn't say that. But it is a variation of Ginny, JINNI, with no D. Now, I have heard of the gin in, is it India, Pakistan? They talked about it a lot, actually, in that Marvel show, Ms. Marvel. But I don't know if this is the kind of gin that we're talking about. I feel like it is, but you just can't quote me on that at this moment in time. When we get to the J's, we'll talk about Ginny. Okay, no more DJ words. DK is next. DK, all lowercase, abbreviation for 1, dark, 2, deck, and 3, dock. And they don't have the other vowels, dick and duck. I guess you can't abbreviate those words to DK. Dark, deck, dick, dock, duck. How deep down does a diving duck dive when a diving duck dives down deep? Next is DL, abbreviation for deciliter, which I think is 1/10 of a liter. DL again, all caps, abbreviation for disabled list. Who is disabled on your football team? Who is disabled on your football team? Next word. DL again. This is a prefix, though. Interesting. You say DL or DL. Number one, you could spell this one D, L. So this one is consisting of equal amounts of the dextro-rotatory and levorotatory forms of a specified compound, as in DL tartaric acid. And it's DL hyphen. It looks like it's always DL hyphen. DL tartaric acid. And sometimes you do D, L. 2, consisting of equal amounts of the D and L forms of a specified compound, as in DL fructose. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that stuff, but it has to do with dextro-rotatory and levorotatory forms of a specified compound. Next word. D-layer. 2 words. The D is all by itself and it is capitalized. Noun from circa 1934. A layer with the D region of the ionosphere. Ionosphere. And then also, I guess the synonym would be D region, which, we might see that later. We got a ways until we get to the DRs. So something about the ionosphere up in the sky. Next word. Oh, it's almost the last word. Now, I think you would call this, you'd say D-lit. Capital D, capital L, I-T-T, or you can only spell it with 1 T, which I feel like makes way more sense. D-lit. Abbreviation for Doctor of Letters or that's the double T, but that's weird because it's L-I-T-T. Doctor of Letters or Doctor of Literature. A D-lit. The New Latin, that's why it's a double T, because it's from the New Latin Doctor Literarum, which has 2 T's. Okay, it does make sense now. There's one more word for this episode. Wow, I'm looking into the next column, and that's an interesting section. Okay, last word. DLO, all caps, abbreviation for Dead Letter Office. It's the office where the letters go to die. All right, what were the words? They were divorcee, divorcee, divot, divulge, divvy, Dixie, Dixiecrat, Dixieland, DIY, Dyson, dizygotic, dizzy, dizzy, DJ, DJ, jalaba, DJIA, Ginny or Gin, DK, DL, 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 delayer, delit, and DLO. Oh, well, the Dixieland music is pretty great, but we got a whole lot of examples of that. Let's see. I guess I am a divorcee. I was. If you get remarried, can you still call yourself a divorcee? I don't know the rules of that. They didn't talk about that in my divorcee club. I do like the idea of divvying things up so everybody gets equal portions. I like that. I just because of my silly little story, I think I'll pick dizzy as the word of the episode, because who doesn't like to just spin around and get a little dizzy? Don't do it too much, though. It could really mess up your stomach, your little tum-tum. You don't want to get all nauseous, have nausea, dizzy. And what was that? There's the great definition. Having a whirling sensation in the head with a tendency to fall. That's dizzy, 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 dizzy. It's also giddy, 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 giddy. Okay, that is going to be the end of this episode. And I don't have any more things to say about the words. I hope you have very much enjoyed this. I do need to mention a couple more movies that I saw. Oh, I think I left off with To Leslie. Did I mention that? It's a cautionary tale about alcohol, mostly. Knock at the Cabin. I feel like we are starting to live through this Knock at the Cabin with the news of the earthquake. Oh, yeah. Lots to say, lots to think about with this movie. I enjoyed it. Overall, very real reactions and performances, and yeah, I enjoyed it. Then we watched Hook later that night. Hadn't seen that movie in so many years. It's so much fun. The sets are just absolutely incredible. Yeah, I guess a little on the dated side, but not really. I mean, it's kind of timeless. Yeah, not everything ages perfectly, but good fun movie. Spielberg should not feel so sad about that one. I think overall he did a good job. It was a good movie. Okay, that's it. No more things to say. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. How are you doing today? This episode is another fantastic episode. I'm going to say that right now, even though it hasn't happened yet, because we have another guest, and this is the beginning of a few guest episodes coming up. Today we have Camilla Rocha, and I want to know why are you here today, Camilla? Please tell us.
Well, I'm here because you reached out on Facebook asking for RNA DNA nerds out there, and my husband volunteered me, and here I am.
Yeah, he sure did volunteer you. Well, you accepted. I wouldn't have forced you to do
this.
Oh,
no, for sure not. I had him message you in private and say, hey, I'm available. Yeah,
that was great. And I should mention that your husband is one of my oldest friends in the world, Jonah, who has made one of my theme songs. I have 2 theme songs, and he's made one of them. I alternate back and forth each episode. I couldn't tell you now if your episode is going to have his theme song or not. There's a 50-50 chance. Hopefully it is. I couldn't tell you, but yeah. So he has made that wonderful theme song, and of course he's been on a couple episodes in the past, and so now we've got you joining the Dictionary Club, and then maybe someday when your son is old enough, we'll get him on here as well.
Sure.
I'm going to be doing this thing well until he's an adult, so there's a good chance.
Jonah said it will be a few years until you're done with this project.
just a few. I'm thinking at least 20.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm making my life really hard. So why did he volunteer you? Why do you know more about DNA than I do?
I currently have a bachelor's degree in biology, which I found an appreciation for molecular biology during my studies. So I've been focusing a lot on the molecular level of just knowing about biological stuff. So DNA is very much a big part of that. And I am currently also working on my master's. We are trying to engineer a bacteria to be able to digest cellulose a little better. So that also involves a lot of knowing about genes and where to put a gene into a genome and stuff like that.
Oh man, that stuff is so fascinating. And like, that's where my brain just sort of shuts off. Like, how do people even do this? How do they think about this? How do they know what to do? How, like, it's just, I'm like flabbergasted at that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's really amazing. Right now, I've been writing more than doing actual lab work, which is a bit boring, but it's also a very much needed aspect of the work that you need to get done.
Yeah. A good balance would be nice.
Yeah.
That is incredibly impressive that you are. So is your master's, when it's all said and done, it will be a master's in molecular biology, or is there a more specific name for what you're doing?
It'll be a master's in biotechnology.
Oh,
yeah.
Even fancier sounding than molecular biology. Biotechnology. Oh my God. Well, if you have any additional information about sort of where you're working, and you're still in school obviously, but like what you're doing, if you have like links that you think people might find interesting, send them over. I'll put them in the show notes if they want to go check out more information of like just also what is biotechnology. Sure,
I can certainly send you a few links. I belong to the American Biotechnology Guild, or society is what they call it. So I can certainly shoot you a link for that.
That's awesome. I only know the basics of DNA from just junior high school, that sort of thing, which I think is absolutely fascinating. And so I really wanted to do this topic justice. And most people probably have more knowledge of DNA than I do, but you definitely have more than I do. And it was a very easy find of like, oh, I know this person. Let's get her on the show. we made this happen real fast. Let's talk about the words. We have a very odd little grouping here before we get to the word DNA, because it's a bunch of acronyms really, or abbreviations. So I don't think we're going to have a lot to say about these, so we'll just get through them quickly. The first one is DLS, all caps. And I did send you a photo. I don't know if you have that, if you want to follow along.
I am looking at it right now.
Awesome.
Yeah.
No, not necessary at all. Some people like to have that. So DLS is an abbreviation for Doctor of Library Science. I actually know a couple of people who went to school for library science, but I don't think they got their doctorate, so you couldn't call them a doctor. This is a different kind of science than what you do.
I assume so. I don't know anybody who has a library science degree, but I imagine it has something to do with knowing where to keep books in a library organized, and getting through all the articles and being able to organize them in a library.
See, that's as much as I would think. What's amazing is like, my thought is, what's involved with library science? And I think there's so much more than I could even imagine. Like, I'm sure there's legal issues that you have to deal with, like things that I couldn't even come up with. But yeah, first and foremost, it's like the Dewey Decimal System. How do you organize everything? That's like step number one, probably. Okay, so I don't know if I or Jonah had mentioned this to you, but after each word, I like to do a little sound effect, just, as a palate cleanser, if you will.
Okay.
So what's sort of like the first sound that you can think of? And we'll make this sound with our mouths. I guess we don't have to make it with our mouths. We could do our hands or something.
The first sound that comes to my mind is just a sound that Harry does a lot. And whenever he stops to observe something, and then he wants to comment on it, he goes, "Tee-tee-tee-tee-tee-tee."
Oh, that's good. And that's unique, too. There's a story behind it. I like that.
Yeah.
You just made the sound effect. That's great. So we are now moving on to our next word, which is DM. This is all lowercase, and it is an abbreviation for decimeter, it's just a tenth of a meter. So that's all I got for that.
Yep.
I like this. I would have thought of this sound effect. It's fantastic. The next word is DM again. This is all caps, and it is an abbreviation for Deutschmark, which I don't think they use this anymore, but this is the money that was used in Germany. I think I do remember reading that, but now I think they're on the euro. So the Deutschmark, that's it. We're done with it.
Interesting.
Have you ever been to Germany?
No, I do want to. I've tried to learn German on Duolingo several times, and it never took off.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's like so easy to stop and so hard to start up again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, very much.
It is your turn to make the sound effect.
The same one?
And you feel free to change it up in any way or just do the same thing, whatever you want.
Let's go with...
You can do the same sound, but like if you want to do it in a different way. Sometimes I would go like t t t t t or t t t t t t. You know, I just have fun with the same sound effect.
Okay. Da, 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 da.
There we go. That was definitely different. No pressure on changing it. If you want to be consistent, that's fine too.
It's just I'm going through Harry's sounds. Honestly, it's everything that he does. I just repeat to him.
It's gotta be pretty amazing to just sort of watch a child grow in that way and like just watch the world through their eyes.
Oh yes, it is. He's just taking his first steps. Like right now, he took 5 steps using a little walker. It is really, really, really amazing. And he picks up stuff so fast. He'll just observe. He knows how to go through the apps page of my phone just from watching me do it. It's amazing.
Yeah. Oh, they're like sponges. It's amazing. I really do hope to get him on the show someday, actually. That would be awesome.
Maybe when you're in the Z's, we'll get him on.
It'll be before that, for sure. All right. The next word is DMA, all caps, abbreviation for Doctor of Musical Arts. And I guess you can get a doctorate in musical arts. Jonah probably could have done that.
Yes, I am actually pushing him to go for it.
Really?
We heard about a program that's been going on in Vanderbilt that you can get a slow master's.
Okay.
Like take just like one class at a semester.
Right.
We're still talking about it, but yes, yes.
That would be very cool. Yeah.
It would.
Amazing that that he has now a connection to a word in this episode that like we wouldn't have even predicted. That's awesome. The next word is D-mark, and I'm sure you could probably guess what this is. It's got a capital D hyphen mark, and you could also say Deutsche Mark. Oh, sorry. It's actually pronounced Deutschmark, but it's spelled D-mark, and it is a noun from 1948, and the synonym is Deutschmark. We get a lot of repetition like this sometimes. Sound effect for you. I can totally visualize a baby doing that. DMD is next, all caps, abbreviation for Doctor of Dental Medicine. Huh. I've never heard of DMD, but I've definitely heard DDS in relation to a dentist. This is from the New Latin, Dentariae Medicinae Doctor. So I get that's the New Latin way to say Doctor of Dental Medicine. Well, I wonder if that even gets used anymore.
No idea.
Nope.
Mm.
You did the last sound. Yeah, so it's my
Yeah.
turn. T. DME is next. All caps. Noun from 1947. An electronic device that informs the pilot of an airplane on its distance of its. Start over. I'm a dummy. An electronic device that informs the pilot of an airplane of its distance from a particular ground station. That was worded weirdly, so no wonder why I got confused. I'm trying to sort of process this. It's a device that tells the pilot about, is it about another airplane, distance from its particular ground, or it's their airplane and how far away it is to a ground station.
Yes.
That makes
that's
sense
what
to
I
you?
took. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Like an airport or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And it is DME because it stands for Distance Measuring Equipment. Sounds like a very important piece of equipment to have.
It does. Yes, it does.
In 1947, that's pretty impressive. I wonder, like, how far away do you have to be before it starts measuring? That's all I got for
if
that.
it's right away.
Right. Like, can they pre-program how far away they are first, and then it sort of just deducts the numbers as it goes? Maybe I'll put a link in the show notes so people can read more about this DME.
That does sound interesting.
Sound effect for you.
T.
There we go. Next is D-Min, capital D, capital M, and then I-N. Abbreviation for Doctor of Ministry, which I can only assume is a minister, like in a church or something.
That's what I would assume as well.
Yeah. DMSO is next. All caps. Noun from 1964. Ooh, and if you are a patron, you get to see potentially see a beautiful cat now in the way, which is awesome. Sometimes when I do these records at home, which has been a while, my cat Audrey will pop up next to me, which I always love. So sorry, you're not a patron, you don't get to see the cat.
Yeah. Benny takes any chance that Harry's not on me to do this.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so DMSO, noun from 1964. The synonym is dimethyl sulfoxide. And is that something that you have any knowledge about, being in the sort of molecular biology world? I don't know what it is.
You know, it's a chemical that I know of. I think chemists use this a lot. It's used to help reduce inflammation.
I am going back a number of pages because I probably talked about this. Here we go. Dimethyl sulfoxide, a compound obtained as a byproduct in wood pulp manufacture and used as a solvent and in medicine as an anti-inflammatory agent. See, you know your stuff. I never would have known that without reading it in the dictionary.
I knew it was a chemical, and I kind of had an idea that it was used for inflammation, but I had to look it up just to make sure.
And have you usually heard it as DMSO or? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Next is DMT. This is a whole different type of chemical. It is a noun from circa 1966, and the synonym is dimethyltryptamine, which I believe I did talk about. Now, I think it mentioned it when I read it. Are you familiar with this? Have you ever heard of this one?
You know, I am trying to look this up just to make sure, but I think I may have a tattoo of this molecule.
Oh, really?
It's a psychedelic
drug.
Where's my tattoos folder? So I got a tattoo because I have very vivid dreams, and that's something that I've always had. And I wanted something that I could like that was interesting enough that I could put a little bit of Harry Potter and a little bit of Doctor Who and a little bit of Supernatural. So it's a huge molecule that has like a few different nerdy geek stuff around it. But because of my dreams and all the vivid dreams that I've had, and I looked up what is the substance in your brain that makes you dream, and I think my solution was a DMT molecule that apparently that is the last molecule that your brain secretes right before you die.
Yeah,
and
I've heard
that's
that too.
like the thing that you think of as you're drifting away.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit about this. A friend of mine lent me a book about it, which I never got around to reading. I wonder if I still have it actually. But yeah, so what the dictionary here says, because I just went back, a naturally occurring or easily synthesized hallucinogenic drug that is chemically similar to but shorter acting than psilocybin. So yeah, it's a fascinating thing that people do take recreationally, but it is also just occurring in humans and other animals that, yeah, I think I've heard dreams. It has it as an effect, dreams, and then of course before you die. So yeah, it's a fascinating thing. I will say this, I have never taken it recreationally. I've never ingested this in any way. I am curious though.
I am too. And you know what? I just found the folder that says for sure which molecule it is, and it is DMT. I wasn't sure if it was DMT or DNT, but it is. This is it.
Yeah. And I love the fact that you added a bunch of nerdy elements to your tattoo. That's fantastic. What would you say was in there? Harry Potter and what else?
It's Harry Potter, Supernatural, and Doctor Who.
Oh, gotcha.
So I have a TARDIS,
Yeah.
like embedded into the molecule, and then a little bit of Hogwarts Tower that has a little flag, and the Supernatural Impala car all the way to the bottom.
That's cool. My niece is a big Harry Potter and Doctor Who fan. I don't think she's familiar with Supernatural. I think that might be a little more adult for her 13-year-old self at this point.
That's when I started getting into it.
Okay. All right. I'm going to definitely recommend that to her then. I think I watched the first couple episodes and I just didn't have the time to keep on going, but I know it's like a huge cultural phenomenon.
It is. I will say it's a huge time investment because there are like 16 seasons out.
That's insane. They're not. Are they still making those?
No, that was the last season.
Good.
Yeah.
That's a lot of seasons. All right. Well, I may need to get a picture of your tattoo so I can show my niece at some point.
Sure.
Okay. Moving on. I think it's your sound effect time.
Oh yeah. Let's go with
Nice. We got a little ASMR there. This one is DMV, all caps, abbreviation for Department of Motor Vehicles, everybody's favorite place to go. I'm sure I could talk about the DMV for a while, but I won't because I don't want to bring up terrible memories. I assume that you've had plenty of experiences with that place.
I've had a couple, yeah. None too bad, except for when I had to take my driving test.
Your first driving test?
Yeah. Not the actual driving, the written portion.
Oh, okay.
The test, yeah. That was annoying, but
I was convinced that I did not pass my driving test. I think I messed up a couple of things, and the guy didn't seem very impressed. And when we got back to the DMV, I was ready for him to say you didn't pass, and I did somehow. I guess their standards are really low.
That would explain a lot.
Yes, it would explain a lot from all the terrible drivers I see out there. Oh my God. Oh, the DMV. Okay. I have to mention Patty and Selma from The Simpsons because they work at the DMV and they are fantastic characters.
Yeah.
Next is DMZ, all caps, abbreviation for Demilitarized Zone. place where there is no military anymore. Perfect, thank you. DN is next. This is an abbreviation for down. So we just took out half the letters to make the word DN from down. That's it. Here is our big word. Not only is it our big word because of our guest today, but also because it is literally taking up the most space in this section. So we have DNA, all caps, noun from 1944, and I'll say the etymology first. It stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. So the D from deoxyribo, the N from nucleic, and then the A from acid. It's a long definition, any of various nucleic acids that are usually the molecular basis of heredity, are constructed of a double helix held together by hydrogen bonds between purine and pyrimidine bases, which project inward from two chains containing alternate links of deoxyribose and phosphate, and that in eukaryotes are localized chiefly in cell nuclei. And it says to compare to recombinant DNA. Just real quick, recombinant DNA, can you just briefly tell us how that is similar or different?
Recombinant DNA is just DNA that has been, so you have one leg of the chromosome is from your mom and the other one is from your dad. If recombinant is when they kind of cross over and you get a little bit of each part.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. I might have to have you back when we get to the R's to talk about recombinant DNA when Harry's in college. So there is a picture. It might be a little complicated to describe, but I guess first of all, just what additional information can you give us that sort of is left out? Like, what are some other important things to know about DNA?
I would say that there are 4 nucleic acids, and one is adenine that pairs with thymine, and cytosine that pairs with guanine. And so DNA is a double helix, and each one of those nucleotides have to be attached together. I'm sorry.
That's the cat walking on the piano. This is perfect.
So for them to be attached together, think of the DNA as a ladder, and then the A pairs with the T, the C pairs with the G. But for the DNA to be compacted into the nuclei of a cell, it has to be twisted and twisted and twisted, and we call that supercoil. So that's the supercoiling of the DNA. And if you unpack it, it becomes like this, I think it's like 2 meters long.
It's something crazy.
Mm-hmm. It's a very tall person. It's like over 6 feet.
Definitely taller than me.
Yeah. I would say that that's the most important thing. And then you can delve into it a little more. DNA can be wrapped around these big proteins, and then if you want to access the DNA, then enzymes come into it that are able to unravel the DNA so you can access the exact part that you need to access.
Okay. So most of what you said is kind of what I've already known. It's the double helix, it's twisted. That's what we see here in the picture. And I knew that there was the ATGC, but I couldn't remember which ones pair with which. So the A and the T are always paired together.
Yes.
And the G and the C are always paired together.
Correct.
And so to give a little bit more of a visual description of kind of what you had said, if you take a ladder and the one half you said is from your mom and the other half is from your dad, is that kind of how it works, or am I simplifying it too much?
No, that's an oversimplification. That's a chromosome. So the DNA will be supercoiled into a chromosome. That's what a chromosome is.
Yes. So that was actually going to be one of my other questions, is where is this DNA stored?
It's stored into the nucleus of the cell. And for you to be able to access that DNA, you have to go into the nucleus of the cell. There are some DNA that are stored into the mitochondria too, but that's a different kind.
Okay. And every single cell, this is a question for you. Every single cell in your body will have the DNA in the nucleus?
Yes.
That's a lot of cells.
Yes, that is correct.
And that is a lot of copies of your DNA that's
yes.
like 6 feet or more for
That
each
is that is correct. Yes. Not all of the DNA is active. Actually, like 90 over 99% of the DNA we don't really know much about. We have we share 99% of the DNA. Only 1% of you and me are different, basically. And it's not all of the DNA is active all the time. There's a lot of genes that are just like dormant. And the human genome has been mapped completely. But like I said, we don't know everything.
Right. There's still so much to figure out.
Yeah.
So I had that one thing wrong about one half coming from your mom and one half coming from your dad. So we'll ignore that part for now. But basically, so it's the ladder, and there's the two vertical pieces, and then the rungs that go across horizontally. Those are what would be made up of the A and the T. So one half would be one half of the rung that you step on or grab onto would be the A. The other half would be the T. The next rung up could be AT or TA or GC or CG. It's like any combination of those 4 letters with those 2 pairings. And that's what I think is kind of amazing, is that it's only 4 letters. It's only 4 things, only that can be combined in so few ways. But because there's how many ever millions of them throughout the whole DNA, it creates this incredibly unique thing that makes up you.
Yes, that is correct. I should have worn my protein shirt. I have a shirt that has all the nucleotides that translate into different proteins and stuff.
Oh, that's very cool.
But yeah, that is correct.
So I will try to quickly describe this very complicated image that's in this book. Obviously, I'm going to, put a link in the show notes for more stuff about DNA, and probably post some pictures on social media as well. But so there's two things here of DNA, and feel free to jump in at any point with if I say something wrong or you just want to add additional information. So the A image here, DNA A, it's called the molecular model, and the B image is called the double helix. So the double helix is really just showing the basic structure of the double helix, of these sort of two strands that are twisted kind of around each other. And then it shows these sort of dotted lines where kind of those rungs would be of the ATGC. But back to the molecular model, this is the DNA with all of these sort of bubble sphere molecules on it, so it makes it look very, bubbly, basically. How accurate do you think that image is of actual DNA?
That is actually pretty accurate.
Okay.
It's got the backbone, the sugar phosphate backbone there, made up by so each circle is patterned differently, and each of those circles stand for a different atom.
Yeah.
Or a different aspect of the DNA double helix. So if you look at it, number 5, it's the phosphorus that hangs attached to the sugar phosphate, to the sugar base, nitrogenous base. That is pretty accurate, actually. I'm impressed.
So yeah, we have these 5 molecules or these 5 numbers. There's a little key that shows you the circle size is slightly different, and then they have different shadings. Like 1 is completely open, number 2 is filled with a lot of little dots, number 3 is vertical lines, number 4 is just a gray tone, and then number 5 is completely black. So I'm not going to tell you where all of these are exactly because that would be way too complicated. But basically, number 1 is hydrogen. That's the open circle or the white circle. Number 2 is oxygen. Number 3 is carbon in the helical phosphate ester chains. Is it helical or helical? It's probably helical. Helical. Number 4 is the carbon and nitrogen in the cross-linked purine and pyrimidine bases. And then, like you said, number 5 is the phosphorus. So,
I do have a question because I am English is my second language, and I've noticed that you're saying purine and pyrimidine, and I've always said it purine and pyrimidine, and I'm wondering if that is an accent thing.
I'm not sure. You would be way more correct than me because you actually study this stuff.
I'm just very I have very spotty memory when it comes to specific things like this. I don't remember my teachers saying one or the other. So I am genuinely wondering if I've been saying this wrong the whole time.
These are not words that are common in my my everyday language, so I'm kind of only basing on what my brain wants to say, and I have heard them before, but yeah, I don't know if I'm supposed to say purine or purine. So you said you were thinking purine.
That's
purine
what I thought.
and pyrimidine.
Pyrimidine, yeah.
That makes more sense. But I think because of the ine at the end, that's my brain wants to go ein, but I really have no clue.
Google says it's een.
There you go. I trust you and Google together.
I trust Google.
Yeah. What's interesting though, is that there have been a lot of words that I've come across doing this podcast that I kind of always thought that they were one way to be pronounced, but it does say that, these 2 or 3 different ways are perfectly fine as well. So I'm actually trying to find this word purine to see what does it say. Is it only going to say purine or is it going to say purine as well? Probably not. Let's see real quick. Purine. Yep, purine. That's the only one in there. So Spencer was wrong yet again. I'm wrong all the time.
So am I.
Yeah, it's such a big thing to talk about. I'm trying to think. There were some other questions that I had for you before, and I've completely forgotten them. Let's see. So it's tiny. It's coiled up. It's in all of our cells. We share so much of it. I mean, same with like chimpanzees and bonobos. We share so much of our DNA. There's such a tiny little difference. I think that the fact that like it's a relatively simple structure. I mean, this picture doesn't look simple, but like in general, it's a relatively simple structure of these things. I don't even know what to call them. That just create that like that is this is the instructions that tell your body how to create. It tells your cells how to divide in certain ways to make up your physical structure.
Yes.
And I know that there are mutations that happen. Now, will those be in the DNA or the chromosome or both? How does that work?
So every time we go through a cell cycle, like meiosis, that's
when the cell is splitting.
Mm-hmm. There are checkpoints that your body goes through to check that there aren't any errors, and if there are errors, then the cell goes through apoptosis, which is cell death, so that cell doesn't get divided, and there are other mechanisms also that the body can self-regulate. That's actually basically how cancer happens when your body loses the ability of surpass those checkpoints, and then a mutated cell just keeps on dividing and dividing and dividing. It grows into something crazy.
The fact that our body has this checkpoint system in the first place is
It's
incredible.
several of them. I think there are at least 3, if I'm not mistaken. 3 checkpoints.
And then that it's not only does that happen, but it can also tell the cell. Like, does this happen in the cell itself? Does the cell check, or is it something else checking the cell?
So there are, I would call looking at the meiotic process, I would call it as a cell thing, but there are several tiny different responses that tell you which gene is functioning, which is not. So it's a lot of tiny proteins involved into and signal cascades involved into getting that information to see if the cell is ready for division or not. So you can look at it at a I'm not going to say macroscopic, but like at a zoomed out level, which I think would be the easiest to explain to people. Going into like the actual molecular level and looking into the tiny bits and pieces and the cascade signals and the little peptide other signal cascades would be out of my depth to explain. Yeah, but it basically, for those checkpoints to happen, the cell is checking constantly while copying genetic information to make sure that everything is where it's supposed to be. And if one of those signals are not there, or if there is something that is there that is not supposed to be, the cell is usually pretty good at catching that. The cell is pretty good at catching mutations at the nucleotide level, because after they copy the whole thing, it goes through a proofreading process, and then it's really wild.
It is.
And then after that proofreading process, there are some mutations that can slip by, but some mutations are too detrimental. So if there is like if there is a mutation that makes translation stop too early, then that cell is probably not going to, that gene is probably not going to be completely copied. And that means that if it's a very, very important gene then that the cell needs to survive, that cell is just not going to complete the cycle.
And then the body was like, nope, sorry, you can't divide. We don't want you anymore.
Yes.
If it's working properly.
Yes. It goes into apoptosis, and sometimes parts and bits and pieces of that cell can be recycled into your body, or at least for energy, but sometimes it doesn't. Man,
the body is like, it's just astounding what it does, what it can do. This is like, we don't have any consciousness of what's going on. Like, we're not aware of this. It just happens, and man, it just blows my mind. It really does.
Yeah. That's why I went into biology.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So, like, what? I'm trying to think of like what are you studying? Like, what's like one thing that you're super interested in, or that you're studying now, or that you've learned that you find just incredibly fascinating? I don't even know what my question is.
Well, what I'm doing right now is we're trying to use a specific bacteria to, I'm going to say the word absorb, but so we're trying to put a specific gene into this bacteria so we can digest cellulose better. And if we can make that happen, then perhaps instead of using the fungi that has that gene that takes a specific set of conditions to grow in a lab. It takes longer to grow fungi in a lab. Bacteria, you can have like a day output. Like you feed the bacteria, next day they are grown, and if they are secreting the enzymes and the genes, if they're expressing the genes that you're interested in, that's good. So my project is making sure that that bacteria can take up this good cellulase gene, and hopefully I will be able to make that digest cellulose. And in an industry level, it could be used for ethanol fermentation. So like to make biofuels and stuff like that. If we can get that to digest paper or wood cellulose, then that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But my project is just like the very, very beginning of that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that could potentially lead to a lot more renewable fuel sources because we're, obviously our whole oil situation is messed up.
Right. So my advisor is very much interested in renewable energy sources within a biotechnological approach. So what tools can we develop that would make that reality more attainable, basically? So the tool that we're working on right now is this specific bacteria that I'm working with.
Are there other students trying other things?
So yes, he works with yeast mainly. This is Dr. Robertson at MTSU. He has several papers that he published that he was able to build tools that would make biotechnology better. He designed a bioluminescence reporter years back with another student for circadian, like rhythm, yeast day night cycles. It's been a while since I've read that article of his, so I don't know the specifics. And then there is another student who is working on his own project, has to do with tobacco. And me and TJ, which is a PhD student in his lab, are the only ones working with this specific bacteria. And but his project is a little different than mine. He's focusing on polymer chains, breaking down polymer chains.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, this stuff is so fascinating, and it's been really interesting to see sort of where we've come in the last 30 years and where we're going, especially because it pertains to, biofuel and things like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I before getting my bachelor's in biology, I was like very, very interested in cloning because all that CRISPR talk was everywhere for a couple of years back. And everybody was all about CRISPR. And then in taking all the classes that I've taken, I've learned that there are easier traditional cloning techniques, which is mainly what I use for my project. We don't really do CRISPR in the lab. We just do stuff that's been out there for over 50, 40 years. That's like old school science. Science is what Dr. Robertson calls it.
Old school, yeah.
It works. It still works. And hoping my project will be successful.
I hope so too.
Yeah.
And that's how long do you expect that to? When do you think you'll find out?
It depends on the experiments that we're trying to set up. So far, it hasn't been great. I'm trying to write up my proposal in the next month so I can defend it. So it's mostly going to be background information. Why do I think this is important? And telling them what it is that I want to do to make it happen. But I intend to graduate after the fall, so like in December. So hopefully by then, in a year,
well, maybe less.
Yeah, I'll have some data to show that I can actually write my thesis on.
That's very cool. And then you're out in the world And you'll find another project to work on.
Yeah. Hopefully, well-paying job.
Yes, that's always the goal. Well-paying, but also fun and interesting.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't want to just write stuff in an office.
Right. You want to do actual experiments.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Well, I feel like my brain is very full with all of this information. I find it super interesting. And, if anybody listening has, even the smallest amount of interest in DNA, molecules, all that stuff, go learn that stuff. Go to school to learn that. And yeah.
I highly suggest basic biology courses.
Start there.
Just to get the main idea first and then move on. Genetics was what hooked me into the whole thing.
I never studied it, but I find it fascinating. All right. Would you like to do one more sound effect, please?
Yes. Let's go with ditzy, ditzy.
Does he actually make that sound too, or just nice?
No, I'm
okay.
Just trying to change it up.
Perfect. This is our last word. It is DNA fingerprinting. 2 words, noun from 1984. So DNA was coined in 1944. This is 40 years later, and it is a technique used especially for identification as for forensic purposes by extracting and identifying the base pair pattern in an individual's DNA. It is also called DNA typing, and a DNA fingerprint, that is also a noun. So the fingerprinting and the fingerprint. We, every once in a while, my wife and I will watch some, true crime shows or anything related to that. And, for the last 30 or 40 years, they have been able to talk about DNA and how that's played such a huge role in forensics. Could you just give kind of a quick, more of a description than what they gave here, just describing sort of how this works and like what's involved in this?
I don't know much about how their process works because I haven't really taken any forensic level classes. That's like a different department.
Yeah.
But I do know it involves, this is a wild guess. Maybe they try to sequence the DNA. And then they try, because I know it involves a gel, running it through a gel, getting specific bands on the gel, and then comparing it to like whatever sample they have to the suspect and seeing if those bands match around the same areas on the gel.
I've seen those pictures of those bands and I never really fully understand like, what is that? But I guess it's a visual representation in some way of a person's DNA.
Right. And it does involve a letter. Like we have it's what we call a letter, which is a known sequence of DNA cuts. So there will be 100 base pairs right at the top, 200 right at the, and it goes like there are different sizes letters. Okay. And then that's the first thing that you load onto the gel to compare the sizes of what you get. So, for example, for my project, I told you that I'm trying to incorporate a gene into my bacteria that makes a recombinant DNA. That makes the new DNA a different size than the original one. So if I want to know if my bacteria took up my gene, I cut it with a specific set of enzymes, and then there are programs online that I can throw my sequence through, and then it'll tell me what size to expect. My gene is 1.2 kilobases. Then I cut my bacteria with those enzymes. I run it through a gel. If I get a band at around 1.2 kilobases, then I know that my experiment was successful. I imagine it's something like this.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the little bit that I know is, from the even earlier than what you described is they take a blood sample or a skin sample or a hair sample, something that has our DNA in there, and they'll go through the process that you described or something like that. They'll send it to the lab.
Yeah.
and then the fancy lab people do their fancy lab work.
Right.
And then they're able to sequence the DNA, figure out the specifics of the DNA, what makes that DNA specific to another DNA.
Right. I don't actually know if they sequence it. That's like I said, that was a wild guess. But if you want to know specific bases, then I would say that you would need to sequence it. But maybe you don't need to be that specific. Maybe if you just can get good chunks that match the sample and the suspect, that
get enough information.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, compare that to the DNA that they've tested from the suspect or some other people to see if that matches.
I mean, that's what I imagine it is like. I've done theoretical exercises of that on like my first year as an undergrad, which has been 6 years ago, so I don't remember much about those. But I think I may be on the right track.
It sounds right to me. I'm going to say it's right. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, that's had a huge effect on forensics and figuring out who did this thing, who was the murderer, whatever it is. I mean, they've actually gone back decades and solved crimes from way back when.
I've recently also gotten into true crime podcasts.
Yes.
And it's, I listened to one. Can I say the name?
Yeah.
It's just Crime Junkie.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I think I've heard of that.
Yeah. It's amazing storytelling, and they call, like, the recent years, it's the season of justice because of all the DNA stuff. So they are solving a bunch of cold cases from way back when, because now they've collected all these blood samples from, or like any fingerprint samples that they had from years and years ago, from the 80s, from the 70s. And then now they are able to compare all of that information with even relatives, because there's 23andMe now. So you can get some of that information and ancestry, I think.
Are you familiar with the, I think it's the Golden State Killer?
Oh, yeah, they did an episode on that.
Yeah.
He was recently caught, right?
He was, yeah. And I think it was from DNA, and I think it was also from 23andMe or Ancestry, one of those. And correct. I mean, this was a story of somebody, God, must have been at least 50 years. I think it was in the 70s, yeah. So like 50 years ago, he was killing all these people in California, or Washington? Golden State, whichever state that is. Washington, I want to say. And it was this cold case for all these years. And then I don't know how much you know about this, but my wife is also big into true crime, so I learned all about this. But there was a woman writing a book about him, trying to figure out who he was, called I'll Be Gone in the Dark. She happened to be the wife of Patton Oswalt, the comedian and actor. She ended up dying before she finished the book, I think because of the stress of writing this book and like everything involved. It just killed her. And some of her co-workers, people helping her out, they ended up finishing the book. Then they turned it into maybe a podcast, but also a 6-part HBO series.
Oh.
Which is about finding him, but also about her story. It's this fascinating series about just all of it and her story. And yeah, it's really incredible. And yeah, they found the guy and he's in jail now. And he's like amazing. 80 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, okay. Well, that was a lot of fun talk. I'm so glad that you did this. So the last part that we do is I will quickly reread the words that we had, which are just a bunch of letters, mostly. And you get to pick a word of the episode. I may know what you want, but I could be shocked. So today we had DLS, DM, DM, DMA, Deutschmark, DMD, DME, DMIN, DMSO, DMT, DMV, DMZ, DN, DNA, and DNA fingerprinting.
I'm going to go with DMT because it
DMT.
reminded me of my tattoo and I hadn't thought of it in a while.
That is awesome. Yes, I was thinking if she doesn't pick DNA, she's probably going to pick DMT. That's fantastic. Nice curveball there. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. So DMT is the word of the episode. Maybe I need to get some DMT. See what it's all about. We'll see. I don't think it's legal.
No, I wouldn't do that.
No, probably not. I've heard stories of people talking about it, so I'm like, what's that like? Sounds interesting.
I'll wait until I die and then
There you
have
go.
the full experience.
Yes, exactly. The full natural experience.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, you can totally say no. Would you like to sing a little song about DMT, which could be as simple as just singing the letters DMT, and that's it?
Oh, gosh. Okay. Just me, or can you help me?
Whatever you prefer. There's a bit of a delay, so I don't know how well that would work, but we can try it. Yeah.
I'm just trying to run through the makeup songs that I sing for Harry sometimes and see if that would work.
Yeah. And it could just be as simple as like, DMT, DMT. That's DMT. That's probably what I would do.
Okay.
And if you don't want to, that's fine too.
DMT, DMT, for you and me, it's DMT.
Yeah, that was great. That was perfect. Is that similar to one of the songs that you sing?
No idea.
It was totally new and original.
Yep. Yeah. Just for your podcast.
And it will never be said again. You have
I'll probably
to listen
forget
to this.
right after I forget.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for doing this and having this incredibly nerdy conversation with me.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Anything you want to plug or tell the people?
No,
Just anything.
I'll send you a couple of links for biotechnology resources if you're interested. But yeah.
Sounds good. Well, until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello, word nerds. This is Spencer reading the dictionary. Hello, everybody. How are you? I hope that you enjoyed yesterday's episode. I have not recorded it yet, but I believe I am well on track to have to schedule a guest who can speak much more intelligently about DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, than I can. And so I'm just going to assume that happened, and we spoke so intelligently both about it and made lots of silly jokes, and it was just a grand old time had by everybody. And so if you haven't heard it, go back an episode and listen to that one. But today we have a whole other weird episode. Yesterday's was mostly acronyms and abbreviations, and today we have a bit of the same, but we also have the very fun word do, D-O, and we'll just talk about that when we get there. All right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's say the first word, DNA. Polymerase. Polymerase. DNA is the first word. The second word is Polymerase. Noun from circa 1962, which is, 18 years after DNA, and 22 years before DNA fingerprinting. I'm looking at the previous words. Even though I haven't talked about them, I want to connect all these dots. And the DNA picture is lots and lots of dots. Okay, so DNA polymerase, any of several polymerases that promote replication or repair of DNA, usually using single-stranded DNA as a template. Ooh, this is fascinating because I believe DNA is a double strand, right? Isn't it a double helix? And yeah. So is it saying that it repairs DNA, but does it only use half of the DNA so then it can fill in the other half? Man, DNA is such a crazy, amazing thing that just says, hey, be like this. Look at all these things. Do that. Make a body with these instructions. Okay, the next word. Oh, sound effect. We're going to go do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, the next word is DNase. DNase or DNAs. So it's all one word, but it is DN. Both of those are capitalized, and then ASE, or you could spell it and pronounce it DNA ace. DNA A's, which is DNA is all capitalized, and then the ASE. But, I think they just shortened it to DNase because it's weird to say the double A sound. So, DNase. Noun from circa 1956, an enzyme that hydrolyzes DNA to nucleotides. That's not two nucleotides, it's DNA into nucleotides, and it is called also deoxyribonuclease. That's why it got shortened to DNase, or DNase. Deoxyribonuclease. That's it for that one. I don't understand any of this stuff. Next, do-do-do-do-do-do. DNA virus. 2 words, noun from 1963. A virus whose genome consists of DNA. What type of genome are other viruses? What there are other viruses, I have to assume, that have a genome that do not have DNA. So what are those called? What are those made up of? Maybe if I think about it, I will ask this question in the future, which is in the past for this podcast. I will ask my guest what, maybe they won't know. I don't know, but maybe I'll ask. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Next is DNB, all caps, abbreviation for Dictionary of National Biography. So these is the list. Maybe we'll put a link in the show notes. I guess it's a list of all of the biographies in the nation, the books written about people in America, I assume. National Biography. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. DNF is next. All caps, abbreviation for did not finish. Like in a race, instead of putting their place or their time, the scoreboard might say something like DNF. It's probably not a scoreboard. I don't know what you'd call that thing. The thing that says what the people did not finish. They got so close to finishing the race, and then they were just like, I just don't feel like this. I'm not going to finish. I worked so hard, but I just don't feel. I'm not feeling up to it today. Do-do-do-do-do-do. DNP is next. All caps, abbreviation for did not play. So I would assume this is similar. Maybe it's a game, a competitive, sporty game instead of a race. They just didn't play. They got disqualified. If you don't play, you don't win. That's how life goes. DNP. Next. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. DNR. All caps. Abbreviation for do not resuscitate. This is when somebody is like, well, if I am in a situation where I can't breathe, I can't do nothing, maybe I drowned and I'm half on my way to death, or my heart stopped, or I got into an accident, whatever it is, I can't breathe, my heart is stopping, I'm at a place in my life where I do not want to be resuscitated. Don't bring me back from the dead or the pseudo-dead or whatever that place is at that stage in life. Don't bring me back. Do not resuscitate. I have it in my records that I am a DNR. This typically is maybe when somebody is quite ill, or maybe they are quite old, and they just feel like, I'm at that place in my life. I lived a good life. I think I'm good. Don't resuscitate me. I don't need none of that resuscitation. You gotta just figure out what's best for you. I will suggest that if you are in a situation like that where you are sick, very sick, chronically sick, death is at your door, or if you are quite old, you might want to think about updating your medical records and your will and all of those things. Talk to a lawyer, maybe. There's lots of things to get updated. So all of your assets go to the right people, and maybe power of attorney for your assets and for your financials and your health and all those things, because you don't know what's going to happen. And then you get to choose resuscitate or do not resuscitate. Okay, the next word is the last word, which is the first form of the word do, D-O. And here's the fun thing about this word and all of its definitions. We see this every once in a while, not too often. I'm breaking it up. I'm breaking up the first form of do. I'm only going to do the transitive verb definitions in this episode, and there are 22 main definitions for transitive, and including all the sub-definitions, I think I counted 35. And then in tomorrow's episode, we're going to start with the intransitive, do all of those, and there's a bunch of phrases at the end. It looks like there's like 10 or so phrases. And then, of course, there's more words at the bottom, including forms 2, 3, and 4 of the word do. Do-de-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, so we got to get into this because there's just a bunch of stuff to read. So do, verb form. It's from before the 12th century. Okay, transitive, number 1. To bring, to pass, make, or do. Now, I screwed that up. I'm going to reread again. To bring to pass, that is the end of the definition. And the synonym is carry out, as in do another's wishes. So I guess somebody is asking you to do something. That is their wish. Their only wish in the world is that you would do this one thing for them. You do it, you did it. You brought it to pass. It has been done. Number 2, the synonym is put, and this is used chiefly in the phrase do to death. Do to death. So I guess you could replace the word do with the word put, so it would be put to death. So that would be murdering something. I've never heard of do to death. I have heard put to death. That's very interesting. 3a. Synonyms are perform and execute, as in do some work. I'm doing plenty of work. I don't need you to tell me to do work. I got my job, my day-to-day job. I have this podcast. I have that freelance job. I have that other freelance job. I have the movie that I'm helping to produce. Not to mention all the other things in life I gotta do. Do some work. I'm doing work. Also as in did his duty. That is the D-U-T-Y word. Did his duty. He was told to do a thing. He did it for his job. It's done. 3b. This synonym is commit, as in crimes done deliberately. They were committed. Those crimes were committed deliberately. They were on purposely done. Did it. 4a. Synonyms are bring about and effect, as in trying to do good. I'm always trying to do good. I'm trying to do gooder all the time. I screw up. Let's try and learn from that lesson. Let's do good. Also as in do violence. Do violence. I don't feel like that's typically how people talk. Bring about violence, effect violence, do violence. Oh, did you go do some violence today? Oh yeah, the violence I did, it was done so good. I did it. 4b. To give freely. The synonym is pay, as in do honor to her memory. She deserves for you to do all of the honor. Pay honor. Give that honor freely. 5. To bring to an end. The synonym is finish, and this is used in the past participle, as in the example, the job is finally done. We brought it to an end. We finished it. We finished the race. We are not a DNF. We done did it. It's done. I love it when a job is done. You can check it off the list and it feels so good. 6. To put forth. The synonym is exert, as in, did her best to win the race. She put forth all of her effort. She exerted herself. She's so sweaty she didn't fall down once. She finished the race. She is also not a DNF. 7a. To wear out, especially by physical exertion. The synonym is exhaust, as in, at the end of the race, they were pretty well done. Pretty well done. They were cooked on the grill. They got well done. I did a marathon once, and I was, so well done by the end of that race. I was overdone. I had to walk away from everybody, and I almost started crying. I teared up pretty good. That was a physical thing I don't want to do again, but I probably should. 7b. To attack physically, the synonym is beat, and there's another synonym. It says also the synonym kill. Attack physically, beat them down, and kill them. Do. So you're not giving me an example here. So would you say do Spencer? Would that be attack Spencer, beat him, kill Spencer? Is that how you would use this in context? 8. To bring into existence, the synonym is produce, as in, do a biography on the general. Can you go do a biography? Go talk about what the general did. Write it up. Make a TV show. Make a movie. Make a documentary. Just do something about the life of the general and then put it into the DNB, the Dictionary of National Biography. 9. There's no definition, it looks like, but it does say that it is used as a substitute verb, especially to avoid repetition, as in the example, if you must make such a racket, do it somewhere else. Go make that racket elsewhere, please. So it's a substitute verb to avoid repetition. If you must make such a racket, do it. We're not going to repeat talking about making such a racket. We're just saying, go do that thing that I just talked about somewhere else. 10a. To play the role or character of. To play, so you're doing a character. Let's do a character. We're doing a character. Sorry, I just wanted to over-exaggerate a very, very silly voice. Okay, so 10b, this is going to be similar. The synonym is mimic. And then also, to behave like. I don't know why they put the synonym first. There's an example. Do a Houdini and disappear. Ooh, I'm going to disappear. I'm going to go do a Houdini. I think sometimes people will say, pull a Houdini. I'm going to be like that person. Although I've never heard of this specific example, do a Houdini and disappear. Yeah. And 10c, to perform in or serve as a producer. And then the example is do a play. So the actor would be performing in it, and they would say, I'm going to do a play. I'm going to act in a play. Producer, director, they would also say, do a play. I'm going to go make a play. I'm going to produce it. Do a play. Let's do a show. Put on a show for the people. Yeah, I think I like this 10A, 10B, 10C. This connects to me. I like to do the character, do mimic voices, stuff like that. I don't know if I would want to be in a play again, but yeah, that's all fun stuff to me. 11. To treat unfairly, especially the synonym cheat, as in, did him out of his inheritance. Did him out of his inheritance, treated him unfairly because he was supposed to get the inheritance, and that would be fair, but he didn't get it, so that's not fair. They cheated him out of his inheritance. To me, that's kind of a weird way to use this word. Not sure if I've heard it, but maybe. 12. To treat or deal with in any way, typically with the sense of preparation or with that of care or attention. And there is no example, but we do have a couple sub-definitions. Oh, we have more than a couple, actually. To treat or deal with in any way, typically with the sense of preparation or with that of care or attention. Okay, so 12A1, to put in order, the synonym is clean, as in, was doing the kitchen. I'm going to do the kitchen. I'm going to do the living room, do the dining room, do the bedroom, do the bathroom, do the office. I guess I've heard that. I mean, let's see. Do we say that? Say, I'm going to clean the bathroom, or I'm going to, I say do the dishes. That's clean. I'm going to put them in order. Take the dirty particles off the dishes and put them down the drain in an orderly fashion. Here, 12A2. I'm skipping ahead. 12A2, the synonym is wash, as in, did the dishes after supper. I did do a lot of dishes after supper yesterday. We ate, we were watching some TV. Sharon had to go deal with some stuff. She was on the phone and texting and stuff, and I was like, this was not just like scrolling through social media. This was important stuff. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to do the dishes because I'm not going to have time tomorrow morning when I usually do them, so let's do the dishes now. 12B, to prepare for use or consumption, especially the synonym cook, as in, like my steak, done rare. How do you like your meat? Do it this way, rare, medium rare. I mean, typically, I think most people prefer, they say a steak is best or burger is best when it's medium rare, but, everybody's different. Okay, 12C. 12C, the synonyms are set and arrange, as in, had her hair done. You gotta get your hair did. Do your hair, set it, forget it, and arrange it. Hair done. I am gonna need to get my hair done soon. I was wearing some headphones today, and it totally messed up my hair, and so it's all like up and poofy and very funky looking. I will need to get a haircut probably soon. Okay, 12D. 12D. So this is all still under 12, which is to treat or deal with in any way, typically with the sense of preparation or with that of care attention. So caring with a thing, preparing a thing, you're dealing with a thing, treating it in some way. That's what all of these sub-definitions are. 12D, to apply cosmetics to, as in, wanted to do her face before the party. I've always thought this was kind of a funny way to use this word. Do your face. Go get your face done. Please do your face. And 12E, the synonyms are decorate and furnish, as in, did the living room in early American. That's how we decorated it. We wanted it early American, so we did it up that way. Also as in, do over the kitchen. So you're maybe redoing it, removing everything, refinishing the cabinets, getting new appliances. Do over the kitchen. 13, to be engaged in the study or practice of, as in, do science. That's a big study or practice. I love it when we do science. Can we go do some science? What science would you like to do? I want to learn about why is Spencer doing the dictionary. Oh, especially, there's more to the definition. To work at as a vocation, as in, what to do after college. I mean, I feel like the definition was written for the example. What to do? It's that's just a generic, like, what do you do? That I don't know about that one. 14A, to pass over as distance. The synonym is traverse, as in what? No. Did 20 miles yesterday. How many miles did you do? In what form of this? You were on a unicycle and you did 20 miles? Ooh, that must have hurt your booty. 14b, to travel at a speed of, as in doing 55 on the turnpike. That feels low to me. I want to go faster than 55. I like to do 56. 15, the synonym is tour, T-O-U-R, as in doing 12 countries in 30 days. And that's a lot. You only get to be in each one for about 2.5 days on average. We've done some traveling where we've only spent about that long in each city, and it's hard. You're living out of your bag. You don't really get to unpack. You're constantly moving around. That's a hard thing to do. 16a, to spend in prison. And the example of what you are spending is time. To spend time in prison, as in has been doing time in a federal penitentiary. I hope I never have to do time. I think that's mostly my choice. If I don't do anything illegal, then there's no chance to do time. Yeah, let's do that. 16b, to serve out, and the thing that you are serving out is a period of imprisonment. In imprisonment, as in did 10 years for armed robbery. I'm trying to think of like how 16a and b are different. So 16a seems like this is a present tense thing. You are doing time, spending time in prison. But 16b is, I was going to say that it's more about the past tense, to serve out. You did 10 years, but it could also be used in the present tense. I'm doing 10 years for armed robbery. So then aren't 16a and 16b kind of the same thing? Yeah, I'm not so sure. Somebody smarter than me explain this. 17. To serve the needs of. The synonyms are suit and suffice. As in, worms will do us for bait. They will perfectly suit our needs because we need bait and worms are typically used for bait. But I personally will not be using any worms for bait, and I will not be fishing. Maybe you can find some non-living thing to be used for bait. It's much more ethical. It's on the right track. 18. To approve, especially by custom, opinion, or propriety, as in, you oughtn't to say a thing like that. It's not done. And that is a quote from Dorothy Sayers. So she would have said it more probably like, you oughtn't say, I don't know how she speaks, you oughtn't to say a thing like that. It's not done. I don't know if she's American or British or something else, but it's, I said it so straight-laced, so even-keeled that it was not natural. You oughtn't to say a thing like that. It's not done. It's not approved, especially by custom, opinion, or propriety. 19. To treat with respect to physical comforts, as in, did themselves well. 20. This is the number 3 definition for the word use, or maybe use. I think use. Number 3 for use, as in, doesn't do drugs. Doesn't use drugs, whoever we're talking about here, they don't do drugs. They do other things. They do meditation, they do something else, they don't do drugs. 21. To have sexual intercourse with. This is, what would you say about this? This is probably one of like, you hear do a thing. A lot of people who are adult, immature, a teenager maybe, they automatically go towards, I'm gonna do it, sexual intercourse with the thing. So, of course, many people will find it funny to hear this word used in all those other ways that don't have to do with sexual intercourse. But here, we specifically do. There's no example. Funny. Funny that the dictionary does not put an example here. What would it have said? I don't know. And 22, to partake of, as in, let's do lunch. All right, I'll meet you there at 12:53. Let's go partake of lunch. I would like some lunch, please. Let's do it. Wait, let's have sexual intercourse with lunch? No, let's not do that. Okay, when do I want to read the etymology? Maybe I'll just do it now. Haha, do it. How many times do we say the word do? This is such a huge word. It really is huge. Well, the other forms of this, by the way, are you could say did, done, doing, or does. Depends on the context. You could use all those other forms. This is from Middle English, don, akin to the Old High German tuon, which means to do, which is from the Latin suffix dere, D-E-R-E, which means to put, also from facere, which means to make or to do, from the Greek tithanai, which means to place or to set, and that is that. All right, so what did we have today? We had DNA polymerase, DNase, DNA virus, DNB, DNF, DNP, DNR, and do. Okay, let's see. What do I want to pick? I mean, do is such a big one. We will talk more about it in tomorrow's episode as well. I kind of feel like I'm also a little tempted to pick DNR, but I don't know. Maybe that one's a little weird. Is do a little on the nose for this one? But it's not. It's okay if it's on the nose. What am I going to pick tomorrow? Maybe I need to look ahead. I don't know if I want to pick any of those though. So, let's pick DNR as the word of the episode because you may need to one day say, I am a DNR. Please DNR me. Do not resuscitate. I'm ready to go. Maybe not ready right now, but maybe someday I will say that. I'm a DNR. I don't want to be resuscitated. That is all the song that you're going to get today. That's it for this episode. We had a lot of fun doing it. Doing it. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Doodly-doo. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I am your host, Spencer, and this is your favorite podcast ever. And because it is your favorite podcast ever, I would like you to rate and review this on the Apple Podcasts and all the other places, and share it and subscribe it. Sharing is a really good thing. Email it to people, put it on the social media things that you have. Tell people verbally. When you see people in the real world, say, you know what? I'm enjoying this podcast called The Dictionary. And you see this t-shirt that I'm wearing? It's also for The Dictionary, and I bought it at the TeePublic link, which you can find in the show notes. Go do that. Go do all those things. Join the Patreon if you got some extra dollars. Get early episodes. Get exclusive episodes. Get video portions of episodes with guests. Maybe there will be a video portion for everything at some point. Social media for this show is at dictionarypod. My personal is at speedjampar, which includes TikTok for funny little goofy TikTok videos that are dictionary book related. Email dictionarypod@gmail.com. Let's see. Oh, I had a thing. Oh, Google Voice. Did I say that? 917-727-5757. Call it. Leave a message. I'll put it in a show if you want. Go ahead and send me your jokes for words, definitions, etymology, anything you can think of through the rest of the alphabet, E all the way to the end. And when I get to that word, I will say your joke and credit you if you want. Anything else? I don't know. That's enough for today. Okay, so the previous episode, we ended with the word do. We did all of the transitive verb definitions, and now we have the intransitive verb definitions, plus some phrases. All right, so the first form of do, intransitive verb. It's still from before the 12th century. Number 1, synonyms are act and behave, as in, do as I say. And if you don't, there will be hell to pay. Do what I tell you to do, because I'm older, I'm more experienced, I know what I'm talking about. I want you to learn from my mistakes. Unfortunately, that's not always how things go. People don't always listen to their elders, and then they just have to learn from their own mistakes. The rest of the phrase normally is do as I say, not as I do. So I may do these things, but I don't want you to do those. I want you to do what I say, because I know what I should be doing, but I don't do them. I usually do what I say I do. 2A. The synonyms are get along and fare, F-A-R-E, as in do well in school. You might be doing well. Somebody might be telling you to do well. Do well. Just do your best. It may not be well. It may not be better than most everybody else, but you should just do your best. And don't feel bad if you don't get the grades that you want or think you deserve, but as long as you put the effort into it, I think you'll do okay. 2B, to carry on business or affairs, the synonym is manage, as in, we can do without your help. Hoo-hoo, we don't need you. We're just fine without you. Get out of here, buddy. You're gonna make us slow down if you help us. We're okay without you. 3, to take place. The synonym is happen, as in, what's doing across the street? What's that? What are those doing things? What's happening? What's doing over there? What are they doing? I want to see what they're doing. I want to be a part of that doing. Those are not all ways that you can use that word. I would not have thought that you could use the word this way, but people do say that. What's doing across the street? That's not how I talk. 4, to come to or make an end. The synonym is finish, as in, this is used in the past participle. So, to come to or make an end. But there's no example. I can't, let's see. We did it. Yeah, you're going to use one of those past forms. Did, done. It was done. We did it. Congratulations to everybody involved. Number 5, to be active or busy, as in, let us then be up and doing. And that is a quote from H.W. Longfellow. Let us then be up and doing. Let us be active and busy. Get up, move your body. Don't be a couch potato. Get the body going. Yeah. 6, to be adequate or sufficient. The synonym is serve, as in, half of that will do. I don't need the whole thing. Just give me half of it. That will be adequate and sufficient. Last night we made some vegan mac and cheese from a box, and we had to put in some vegan butter in there, and my wife said, it says do 2 tablespoons, but 1 tablespoon will do. Half of that will do. That is literally what happened. We ended up doing a heaping tablespoon, because I was like, I think we need a little more. A little more butter, please. My stomach and heart and brain crave it. 7, to be fitting. Also, conform to custom or propriety, as in, won't do to be late. It won't be fitting if you are late. That will be, everybody will look down on you when you come late to the party. If you're past the cool lateness, it won't do to be late. We won't do that. 8, no definition. It looks like the number of these don't have a definition. And so number 8 is used as a substitute verb to avoid repetition. And I think we had a similar one in the previous episode. The example is wanted to run and play as children do. So we're not going to repeat the words run and play. Wanted to run and play as children run and play. Nah, we don't need to do that. We're just replacing run and play with the word do, because that's what they do. They run and play. This is used especially in British English following a modal auxiliary or perfective, or the perfective word have, as in, a great many people had died or would do. And that is from Bruce Chatwin. So again, we've replaced, I guess, died with the word do. A great many people had died or would do, or they would die. 9, no definition, used in the imperative after an imperative to add emphasis, as in, be quiet, do. This is hurting my brain. We have a new section coming up. We'll get there. So I don't understand it. Be quiet, do, to add emphasis. Be quiet, do. Okay, this is definitely not something that I'm aware of. I don't talk this way. I don't know if I've heard people talk this way, but I guess it's a way that people talk. All right, so the new section, this is verbal auxiliary. So we had transitive verb, intransitive verb, and now verbal auxiliary. 1A. This is no definition, and it is used with the infinitive without the word to form present and past tenses in legal and parliamentary language, as in, do hereby bequeath. I do hereby bequeath that this is Spencer's podcast is the best podcast ever, and everybody should listen to it. There's more. It is also used in poetry, as in the quote, give what she did crave. Give what she did crave. And that is from Shakespeare. Give what she did crave. 1B also has no definition, and it is used with the infinitive without the word to form present and past tenses in declarative sentences with inverted word order, as in the example, fervently do we pray, and that is from Abraham Lincoln. Fervently do we pray. And, I've said this before, I'll say it again and later too. I am not an English expert. A lot of these words just go right over my head, in one ear, out the other. I can't really give you the best examples. Sometimes one of my listeners, I don't know if he actually listens, other than sometimes, Chris, he and his wife were on episodes a long time ago. He is from England, and he, I think, teaches English, and so sometimes he'll use words when we're messaging back and forth, and I'm like, wow, you're just so much smarter than me. I don't understand what these are. I didn't really, English was always my least, I was the worst at English and reading and writing and stuff in school, so I'm just reading this to you, but I can't give you better examples or more information. I'll just reread how this one is used. It's used with the infinitive without the word to form present and past tenses in declarative sentences with inverted word order. That whole sentence sounded like inverted word order to me. So if you want to know more about these things, you may have to get it from somebody else. There's more to the definition, though. It's also used in interrogative sentences where there's some interrogating happening. As in the example, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Of course I did. My ears aren't that broken. More to the definition, it's also used in negative sentences, as in the two examples, we don't know, also, don't go. We don't know, don't go. Did you hear that? All right, I can't give you more about all this stuff. Number 2 for verbal auxiliary, no definition, used with the infinitive without the word to form present and past tenses expressing emphasis, as in, I do say. Also as in, do be careful. Please be careful when you do say those words. So each one of these, they were similar, 1A, 1B, and 2. They were similar because they were all used with the infinitive without the word to form present and past tenses, but the more specific part was different. So the first one was used in legal parliamentary language and in poetry. The second one was used in declarative sentences with inverted word order or interrogative sentences or negative sentences. And the third one was used to express emphasis. All right. Doable is an adjective, and now it is phrase time. Do a number on means to defeat or confound thoroughly, especially by indirect or deceptive means. Just do away. To defeat or confound thoroughly, do a number on. I was skipping ahead. Apologies. Do a number on. The next phrase, do away with. Number 1, to put an end to. Just put an end to it. Abolish is the synonym. We don't need it anymore. Away with you. 2 for do away with. To put to death, and the synonym is kill. Do away with that person that I hate. Next phrase, do by. Do by. The word by is just by, and it means to deal with. Do by. The synonym is treat. And I would love to have an example here. Deal with that thing. Do by that thing. I don't know. It's not clicking. Next phrase, do for. This is chiefly British. Number 1, to attend to the wants and needs of. Also, to take care of. So, you're doing the things for somebody else who needs help, needs care done for them. Do for. Are you going to do for your mother? Yes, I will take care of her. 2, I think this is still chiefly British, to bring about the death or ruin of. And that is very different from the number 1 definition. Do for. To attend to the wants and needs of, or to bring about the death or ruin of. Context is everything, people. Do it. That's the next phrase. To have sexual intercourse. Do it. What was that movie? Starsky and Hutch. That guy, Ben Stiller, he kept on saying, do it, do it, do it. And he was not talking about sex, I don't think, although it could have been sort of a underlying meaning. But, yep, people like to say do it when they're talking about the sex. Next phrase, do justice. 1A, to act justly is to do justice. 1B, to treat fairly or adequately. It's just perfectly adequate. Do justice to that thing, that person. Being fair and justice, those definitely go hand in hand. 1C, to show due appreciation for, and in this context, the word due is D-U-E. So that's like what you are due, what you are owed. You are owed appreciation. So if you show them due appreciation for, you are doing justice. 2. To acquit in a way worthy of one's abilities. To acquit in a way worthy of one's abilities to do justice. Do proud is the next phrase. To give cause for pride or gratification, as in, she did herself proud. I love it when people do me proud. Give cause for pride. You do a good thing. I have so much pride in you. I have gratification. You did me proud. I do say. Do the trick is next. To produce a desired result. To produce a desired result. Oh, that did the trick. I needed it. Whatever you did, that little tricky thing that you did, that it made what I wanted to happen. It did the trick. Hey, can you do that trick again? I need your help. Do with is next. To make good use of. Also, benefit by. Do with, as in, could do with a cup of coffee. I could make good use of a cup of coffee into my digestive system. I would definitely benefit with a cup of coffee. The last phrase, to do. This one is necessary to be done, as in, I've done my best and all's to do again. And that is a quote from A.E. Housman. I've done my best and all's to do again. All is necessary to be done? Was what I did necessary to be done? I'm a little confused by this quote, because that's just not how I think or talk or speak. But I mean, I know I have to-do lists, and those are things that are necessary to be done. Okay, well, that was it for the first form of the word do. We had a lot of things to talk about, and I didn't really do a ton of talking about it because I was confused by a lot of things, but we had a good time. So, I need to do a sound effect, and then we will finish up the rest of it. Ba-ba-boom, boom, boom, ba-ba-boom, boom, boom. The second form of do. This is a noun from 1599. One is chiefly dialect, and the synonyms are fuss and ado. Much ado about nothing. To do, which it's a do, I don't know how to use this in a sentence. I think maybe one of these examples that we saw before, fuss and ado, which one could it be? It's so hard to find them. I don't know. Don't make a big to-do about it. Number 2 is archaic. The synonyms are deed and duty. The things that gotta be done. 3A, a festive get-together. The synonyms are affair and party. Let's have a do. Party it up. Get some streamers and sparklers. Do it. 3B is chiefly British. The synonym is battle. So you have a do. You can do your hair and then go do a do to go into battle. This word can be used in so many ways that we're not even conscious of. It's so very confusing. Number 4, a command or entreaty to do something, as in a list of do's and don'ts. Do those things, don't do those things. We are commanding you to do a thing or to not do a thing. Number 5 is British. The synonyms are cheat and swindle. Number 6, the synonym is hairdo. Boom, 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 boom. The third form of do. Now this one actually is dough. That's how it's pronounced, dough. Noun from circa 1754. The first tone of the diatonic scale in solmization. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, re, mi. No, you can't go backwards. You got to say the words in a different order. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, 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 do. This is Italian because all of our words in music come from Italian. Boom, 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 boom. The fourth form of this word is an abbreviation, so I guess, I don't know if you would ever say it out loud. Do. Number 1, it's for ditto, and number 2 is double occupancy. Bo 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 bo. Next is DO, again, abbreviation, all caps. Number 1, defense order. 2, doctor of osteopathy. I don't think it's osteopathy. I think you would say osteopathy. Something with the bones, I think. Ba-ba-boom, ba-ba-ba-boom. DOA, all caps. Abbreviation for dead on arrival. You've probably heard this in a movie or a TV show. Probably some crime, lawyer, police, fire thing. They were dead. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, they had already died. They were DOA. Ba-ba-ba-boom, ba-ba-ba-boom. DOB, all caps, abbreviation for date of birth. Date of birth. I hope you're not DOA on your DOB. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. The next word is a real word. It's not another abbreviation. It's dobbin. D-O-B-B-I-N, noun from 1596. 1, a farm horse. That's just a farm horse is a dobbin. 2, a quiet, plodding horse. That horse is walking slow, bo-boom, 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 but it's very quiet. Bo-boom, 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 bo-boom. This is from the name Dobbin, which is a nickname for Robert. And how Robert is connected to a horse, I have no friggin' clue. Maybe there was a farm horse who was very quiet and plodding, named Robert in 1596, and somehow the nickname became Dobbin. I've never heard of Dobbin as a nickname for Robert. Next, boom, 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 boom. Dobby, D-O-B-B-Y, noun from 1878. Number 1, a loom attachment for weaving small figures. A dobby. What? I don't know a whole lot about looms. Maybe we'll post a picture of one of these just so we can see what it's looking like. Dobby wants to see what it looks like. 2, a fabric or figured weave made with a dobby. You use the dobby on the loom to make a thing called a dobby. Now, the etymology says this is perhaps from the name Dobby, which is a nickname for Robert. Robert, I didn't know you had all these extra nicknames, Dobbin and Dobby, but also, how is this connected to these definitions, just like Dobbin? A farm horse? A loom thing? And the thing made from the loom is Robert? What's going on here, people? All right, one more word for this episode. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. Dobe, capital D-O-B-E, noun from 1946. The synonym is just Doberman Pinscher because people don't have time to say Doberman Pinscher. And that's going to be our next word in the first word in the next episode. So the words today were do, do-o, D-O-A, D-O-B, dobbin, dobby, and dobe. I think I want to pick dobbin as the word of the episode. I'm a dobbin, I'm a quite plodding horse. My name is really Robert, it says it on my birth certificate, which also says my D-O-B. But people call me Dobbin. All right, that is the end of this episode. I guess I should probably mention a couple of movies because was doing that and I want to keep up with that. Maybe I mentioned Missing, all screens and cameras. I thought it was very well done. The guy made a movie called Searching previously, which was a very similar concept, but I never saw it. But I think this one sort of is expanded and bigger than that one. Life Upside Down, made during the pandemic, and it was fine. I think it was thrown together pretty quickly. And I think overall it was decent. Not my favorite movie. I'm just going to be honest with that. But yeah, it's it's interesting. I wonder why it took so long to come out though. I mean, it was made like 2.5 years ago. It was shot. So yeah. Anyway, and then maybe I'll save that one for later. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Bubble, bubble, bubble.